Chapter 935. I'm back, I'm finally back. Yi Fan's spirit was like a raging wave surging in outer space. Looking at it from outer space, the aqua-blue star looked very beautiful. It was like a blue diamond, sparkling and translucent. It was almost dreamy. Yi Fan continued to cross, abandoning one mysterious jade platform after another. Finally, he approached it. This consumption was huge, but fortunately he had prepared for it. His homeland was below him. The aqua-blue star wasn't very big, far from being comparable to the Big Dipper star region. It couldn't even be compared to the vital ancient star region of the Ziwei star region, but it had an indescribably vast aura. Relatively speaking, it was very exquisite, but it made people revere it. It was as if there was a living great emperor lying dormant, making people tremble uncontrollably. It's a very strange feeling. Why do I feel like it's many times bigger than what I saw? It's even more vast than the Big Dipper and the Ziwei star. Yi Fan stopped in his tracks, bewildered. He looked at the distant outer space and felt that the Earth was far more terrifying than he had imagined. It had a frightening power. He thought about what was on the blue star. After returning, he sensed it carefully. The Earth was different from what he had imagined. There seemed to be something in power beyond his understanding. Suddenly, a planet streaked across space. It wasn't very far away. Yi Fan was surprised at first, but then he understood. It was the moon. There were many craters on it, and they were very close to each other. It was completely different from the moon on Earth. But what's going on? There seems to be something on it that makes me feel uneasy. Yi Fan was surprised. He pondered for a while and descended. Not long after, Yi Fan landed on the moon. The temperature was very low, and the rocks were cold and hard. It seemed like they could freeze people. It was nighttime on the moon. Yi Fan was moved. He felt a trace of lunar holy power hidden in the crevices of the moon rocks. However, when he tried to capture it, he found it was almost negligible. The moon was the essence of the lunar. There were records of it in ancient books. Could it be related to cultivators? Yi Fan felt a headache coming on. He searched again and again. There was indeed lunar holy power, but there were only a few strands left. It was almost negligible. The moon was known as the moon in ancient times. If you think about it carefully, this place is too particular. Yi Fan felt cold all over. He hadn't really returned to Earth yet, but he had already sensed a few mysteries here. The lost history and the truth of annihilation stirred his heart. Yi Fan used his heart to observe, using his hands to touch every piece of rock, savoring the vicissitudes of time, feeling the lunar holy power. He had a strange illusion. In ancient times, this place seemed to be the source of extreme yin, but countless years ago, it had disappeared for some unknown reason. He walked forward, touching the cold, hard stone with his hands. Earth, there are too many secrets. Yi Fan muttered to himself. He thought of Jianghu filling the sea, Quafu chasing the sun, and Ho-Yi bending bow, and these were definitely just a small portion of it. The true ancient secrets that had been destroyed were the true foundation. Yi Fan placed his hand on a piece of rock and actually heard the clanging of swords. It sounded like the sounds of ancient battles. The battle intent in his bones and the blood in his body immediately boiled. There was a sword scar on this piece of rock. It couldn't be wrong. He could clearly recognize the vicissitudes of history and the boundless killing intent contained within. An ancient sword scar. Yi Fan muttered to himself. That was an era where heroes came forth in large numbers. If he had the chance to see it, then his cultivation wouldn't have been in vain. I wonder if I can find the ruins of the moon palace on this moon. Yi Fan strolled on the moon aimlessly, searching for the ancient ruins and feeling the mysteriousness of it. Suddenly, he sensed something and raised his head. Something was rapidly approaching from afar, sweeping across the sky. Yi Fan's body was glowing, and his conjured form was concealed. A satellite flew across the sky. He didn't want to shoot it down, nor did he want to escape because of it. He only concealed his true appearance. At this moment, a group of people at a famous satellite ground station on Earth all stood up in shock. Coffee sprayed all over the screen, and their eyes almost popped out. God! The satellite flew across the sky. Yi Fan walked calmly on the moon, causing a certain group of people on Earth to exclaim and then be completely petrified. God, what did I see? Is Satan on a journey, or is God descending to the world? This kind of exclamation sounded in several places, and finally it was listed as a national secret, causing panic in a small area. Yi Fan walked on foot, looking for the ancient traces. Unfortunately, he released his powerful divine sense but found nothing. The so-called moon palace couldn't be seen and didn't exist in the world. There was nothing on the moon. Except for the rock with the sword scar, he didn't see anything related to cultivators. I can't see it, but it doesn't mean it doesn't exist. The remaining Taiyin holy power is enough to explain everything. Yi Fan was relieved. He didn't have to find the reason. He crossed more than half of the moon and came to the other side. He saw a metal shell. It was a base built on the moon. More than 20 years had passed. With the current technology of human beings, this was no longer a problem. If Mars wasn't so strange, there would have been a human space station long ago. Yi Fan walked to the front and looked carefully. This metal shell covered a large area, and there was even a piece of green vegetation, which was used for experiments. And when he was observing, people in the space station also found him. They were so shocked that they almost fell to the ground. They were dumbfounded and completely dumbfounded. Fortunately, Yi Fan didn't stop. He disappeared in an instant, rushed out of the moon, and crossed to the Earth, leaving only a mysterious jade platform in space. The moon was nearly 400,000 kilometers away from the Earth. Yi Fan passed through the void and entered the thick atmosphere, revealing his real body and descending by himself. The Earth is really strange. Yi Fan had a strange feeling at the first moment, and then he was deeply in awe. He sensed something extraordinary. The sound of the wind was like the sound of a knife, cutting people's skin. Yi Fan went down, overlooking everything on the Earth. The mountains and rivers gradually became clear. The great way of heaven and earth was very special. It was incomparably high and difficult for Yi Fan to capture, which made him both shocked and afraid. A bad premonition came to his mind. Something extremely terrible must have happened on the earth. The whole world of the great way of heaven and earth gave people a feeling that it was incomplete. Yi Fan descended from the expanse of white clouds. The scenery below became clearer and clearer, revealing the magnificent mountains, rivers, and great earth. However, his heart sank more and more. The essence of heaven and earth was so thin that it could almost be ignored. It was difficult to cultivate in such a situation. He immediately knew why he didn't see any cultivators today. And this was not the most terrible thing. What worried him the most was that his own cultivation seemed to be declining rapidly. His magic power was seriously dissipating, and he had the illusion that his Tao was about to disperse. Why was this happening? This was a big event that would make any cultivator horrified. Even Yi Fan was scared. Should he return to the earth? Would he become a useless person? He was greatly shocked. No, it's not my own problem. It's the will of the heaven and earth. Yi Fan's cultivation and magic power seemed to be declining, but they finally balanced out. Luckily, he could still fly. If he continued, he would probably become a free fall. He was the saint physique of the human tribe, and he had 1 foot in the Tao cutting pass. If he fell to his death like this, it would be a big joke. My cultivation and Tao didn't decrease. It's the suppression of the heaven and earth. This is the legendary age of Dharma ending, where Tao can't be perceived. Yi Fan was shocked after a glimpse. The moment he was suppressed by the heaven and earth, he saw many mountains towering above the clouds. He didn't know how high they were. It was unbelievable. How is this possible? There can't be such mountains on the earth. Before he could finish his sentence, everything disappeared. There were only some low mountains below him. Everything was an illusion. This caused him to be surprised and bewildered. Clang! In his sea of sufferings, the 2 pieces of green bronze trembled slightly. They sensed something as soon as he arrived on the earth, as if they were foretelling something. Yi Fan steadied himself. He observed the sky for a long time, but he didn't feel the same as before. He saw the row of skyscrapers below him, towering into the sky. He didn't continue to descend. Instead, he began to travel across the sky. He was already near the coast. Not long after, he entered the sky above the ocean. He couldn't help but roar in this uninhabited area to vent his emotions. "I'm back!" Boom. He brought with him endless light as he freely descended from the sky. He fell into the sea, stirring up huge waves as he rushed into the distance. On this day, the residents of a certain country in this sea area were terrified. They thought there was an earthquake and a tsunami. At the same time, they suspected that the nuclear power plant tragedy from 20 years ago was happening again. This was indeed the age of Dharma ending. In this world, Yi Fan's cultivation level didn't decrease, but the power he could exert was greatly reduced. No wonder, there were no more cultivators in the world after the preaching Qi practitioners. They all fled. What exactly happened on Earth? Yi Fan's heart was filled with endless questions. It was one thing for the vitality to be dried up, but how could cultivators survive if they couldn't even sense the Grand Tao? I wonder if the preaching Qi practitioners and those powerful ancient inheritances left anything behind. Perhaps I can even find some cave abodes. Yi Fan murmured to himself. His heart was burning with passion at the thought of this. There were too many places waiting for him to explore. He walked on the surface of the sea at an extremely fast speed. He was a bit moved as he gazed at the boundless ocean. Was there the Eastern Sea Dragon Palace? However, nothing could compare to his parents. Nothing else was important. He turned into a ray of light and rushed toward the city he used to live in. He had worked hard to cultivate for so many years and didn't want to come back at any time. After experiencing twists and turns and several life and death situations, he finally ascended the five-colored altar. He resolutely abandoned everything about the Big Dipper, but now he was afraid that it would all be for naught. Yi Fan had been gone for more than 20 years. Now that he had returned, he felt uneasy as he looked at the unfamiliar cities along the way. Time flew by and he had finally returned. However, would he still be able to see his parents? Would all his efforts be for naught? At this moment, he was incomparably apprehensive and afraid. In this world, time was the most terrifying thing. It could erase everything and change everything. Even the ancient emperors couldn't change it. Chapter 9:36. The wind was very cold. In this season, the temperature in the north was very low, especially in the early morning. The air exhaled was white, and the trees were bare. As the morning glow rose, Yi Fan arrived at B City. This city was even more prosperous. Skyscrapers stood tall in the morning glow, as if they were inlaid with a layer of gold. However, Yi Fan was filled with a sense of unfamiliarity. He could no longer find the familiarity of the past. He had lived here for a long time, but now everything had changed. Where can I find them? Yi Fan was a little worried. He was afraid that he would never see his parents again. He had gone through so many hardships and almost lost his life. It was hard for him to accept that he was gone. He did not go to his residence. He could see it from afar. The place had long been redesigned and changed completely. Yi Fan was very nervous and uneasy. He walked towards the suburbs. His parents did not like the fast pace of the city. They had been rejected when they brought them to live together. This place has changed too. Yi Fan was stunned. When he arrived at his parents' residence, the peace of the past had been replaced. People came and went, rivers flowed continuously, and high-rise buildings stood tall. The original satellite town and B City had become one. He could not find a trace of the past. If he did not trust his intuition, he would have thought that he had come to the wrong place. Everything had changed. People often said that after leaving home for many years, they finally returned, but everything had changed. He stood silently for a long time. Then, he came to the rooftop of a building and looked into the distance. The only thing that was still there was the natural lake. However, it had been dug up and a large park had been built along it. In the past, Yi Fan's father liked to fish there to kill time, but now it was impossible. Some people were doing morning exercises, but they could not see a familiar figure. They could not even ask if they wanted to. Yi Fan came to the lakeside and saw an old man practicing Tai Chi. He stopped and stretched his muscles, like a dragon circling a tree, like an ape hugging the moon. Wow, not bad, young man. You're pretty good at it. You're even more experienced than me, An old man who has been practicing Tai Chi for 40 years. The grandpa who was practicing Tai Chi was amazed. Uncle, let me ask you something. How many years has it been since this place was rebuilt? Where did the original people go? Yi Fan asked as he practiced Tai Chi fist. Young man, you're not a local, right? This has been planned for more than 10 years. To be honest, it's not as good as it used to be. I miss the tranquility of the past, where there were fewer people and trees, and the air was fresh. The old man was very talkative. He and his wife had deliberately come to this place in order to live out their retirement. They wanted to be close to nature and be at peace. But later on, it was connected to the city. There were also tall buildings everywhere, so there was no difference. Sigh, there's nothing we can do. Wasn't this villa area also demolished in the past? Even they couldn't do anything about it, let alone an old man like me. If it's demolished, then so be it. The old man complained. More than 20 years ago, there were a few old people who loved to fish here to kill time. Do you still have any impression of them? Yi Fan asked the old man while practicing Tai Chi slowly. Yes, although I moved here later, this lake is really a good place. I could carry a stool and sit by the shore for half a day. That kind of life was really leisurely. But now I can't help but feel itchy. Just as I put the fishing hook into the lake, 4 or 5 people suddenly ran over and told me that I would be fined 500 yuan and not allowed to fish. I said that I would put the fish back into the lake after I caught it, but they said that I couldn't do that either. I really had no choice but to buy a few live fish and throw them into the fountain in front. I wanted to enjoy myself, but I didn't feel that way. Moreover, I was fined 1,000 yuan. Yi Fan felt a little dizzy. This old man was really talkative. He just asked him a few questions and he suddenly said so much. It seemed that this old man lived quite freely. Then you can go to places like the fishing garden. Don't make things difficult for the people in the park. I guess they are also on tenterhooks, Yi Fan said with a smile. My old arms and legs can't withstand that kind of torment. It takes 2 hours to go back and forth. I'm here to relax, not to suffer. Then have you seen such a person? Yi Fan described his father's appearance. I think I have seen such a person, but he doesn't come often. I can see him occasionally. I heard that he is a senior fishing friend, but something happened to his family. He is quite depressed, and he rarely shows up for half a month. Yi Fan's heart was depressed and sad. All this was because he had left this world. Who could bear such a blow when he lost his son in his old age? Do you know where he went? He moved away before this place was planned. I heard that he wanted to change the environment so that he wouldn't be reminded of the past and be sad. Yi Fan sighed in his heart. This was really a bit difficult to find. Fortunately, the old man told him that some people still lived in this area after the planning was done. He should be able to find a few old neighbors. I say, young man, is this a Song costume or a Han costume? Where did you buy it? It looks quite good when you wear it to do Tai Chi. I'll buy a set one day. Before Yi Fan left, the old man grabbed his hand and asked him about the ancient costume he was wearing. He touched it with his hand and said that the texture was really exquisite. It was good silk. Big Dipper transmigrated back. Yi Fan was confused and answered subconsciously. Big Dipper shopping mall? It's really a bit far from here. My old arms and legs are really a bit tired of going there. It's a bit far. Yi Fan almost spilled the beans. This old man was really talkative. He quickly came to his senses and said goodbye. Before leaving, the old man kindly reminded him that his hair was too long. He said that this was an era where individuality was highlighted, but the old man was still not used to it. Yi Fan was speechless. He touched his thick black hair. Fortunately, it was loose and there was no wooden hairpin in it. Otherwise, how would he be pointed out by others? However, more than 20 years had passed. In this era where individuality was highlighted and the atmosphere was very open, no one surrounded him. At most, they looked at him with surprise. Yi Fan went in and out of many small areas. He used his powerful divine sense to sweep through them one by one. He still didn't see any old neighbors. Half a day passed, and he didn't gain anything. It was far more tiring than a life and death battle. This was mental exhaustion. He was worried about gains and losses. He was afraid that it would be a tragedy. He leaned back on a bench by the side of the road. He was physically and mentally exhausted. He stared at the sky in a daze. He couldn't wait any longer. He wanted to rely on his supernatural power to enter the relevant department and retrieve the files. Uncle, where did you buy this ancient costume? A 4 or 5-year-old boy blinked his pitch-black eyes. He didn't seem to be afraid of strangers at all. He ran over and asked. I brought it back from the Spoon Star. Yi Fan said seriously. Liar. The little fellow was very angry. He wrinkled his nose and blinked his eyes, but he was still very hopeful. He said, Can you tell me? I also want my mother to buy it. Jingxian, what are you doing? A young woman came not far away. She called the little boy away and led him to the front of a car. The little fellow was very stubborn. He said unwillingly, Mom, I like that kind of clothes. Don't go home first, okay? It's so old-fashioned. Even the non-mainstream clothes from more than 20 years ago look better than this. The young woman carried the little boy into the car and quickly drove away. Yi Fan was speechless. Back then, some experts called their generation a lost generation. Some people after the 1990s were called non-mainstream. Now that he thought about it, the children after the 2010s, 200s, and even the 30s should have risen. Hey, that woman looks a little familiar. Who does she look like? Yi Fan was suddenly startled. He tried hard to recall and felt that she looked like someone. Suddenly, he quickly got up and hid his figure. He shrank the ground to an inch and chased after her. On today's Earth, his cultivation was suppressed. It seemed that his cultivation had dropped a lot and was far from what it used to be. But after all, Yi Fan was about to cut the Tao and was still very powerful. After leaving the commercial street, he followed the car into a neighborhood with a decent environment. The young woman carried the little boy down. Mom, I'm not happy. If you don't buy me an ancient costume, I won't be with you anymore. The little boy pouted. Good boy. What will you look like in that kind of clothes? It's very ugly. The young woman coaxed him upstairs. Excuse me, are you Uncle Lu's daughter, Lu Qian? Yi Fan stepped forward. Wow, Uncle, you live here too? Mom, I want this ancient costume, the little boy cried. Are you? The young woman was very vigilant. An unfamiliar man following her made her feel a little uneasy. Yi Fan immediately confirmed that this was Lu Qian, the daughter of his old neighbor, Uncle Lu. She still vaguely looked like a child. When he had left, this little girl was only 6 or 7 years old. Now that she had grown up, she looked very much like Aunt Lu. Back then, the old couple had a daughter in their later years and treasured her very much. When he had left, the little girl was still bouncing around and extremely lively. Now she had become a mother. Yi Fan didn't pester her too much. No matter how one looked at him, he didn't look like a simple, young man dressed like this. He consciously left. Before long, he cut off his long hair and went in and out of the mall. He changed into a set of modern clothes and finally seemed to blend into this world. He was used to wearing Big Dipper's armor. Now that he was wearing the clothes of the past, he felt a little uncomfortable. He felt that his hands and feet were restricted and not suitable for battle. When he returned to the neighborhood, nothing unexpected happened. Not long after, he saw an old man coming out for a walk. As expected, it was Uncle Lu. He was almost 80 years old and much older than before. However, his body was still healthy. Yi Fan changed his appearance slightly. Otherwise, it would be too shocking and frighten the old man. He naturally met up with the old man in the small district and started chatting with him. The old neighbors have all left. There are only a few people of this age left. Uncle Lu sighed as he talked about his past. More than 10 years ago, Yi Fan's parents moved away from this place. However, they didn't leave the city. They just moved to another district. Do you still keep in touch? No. I suddenly couldn't contact them 10 years ago. Yi Fan's heart sank. His body couldn't help but tremble. However, he finally calmed down. He had a certain level of mental preparation. After all, he hadn't seen the final result yet. Sigh, back then, I had to believe that there are gods in this world. What are you trying to say? Of course it's Mount Tai. Although the people above kept it a secret, many people saw it with their own eyes. Poor old Ye's son. Such a good young man, but he's gone just like that. However, it's also possible that he became a god and the 9 dragons took him away. The old man was old and long-winded. He talked about many things in the past. Yi Fan was silent. His heart was filled with mixed feelings. In the end, he left this place and went to District P of B City. He found the new address his parents had moved to. It was a suburban area with a good environment. There were mountains and rivers. In the past, this place was very desolate. Now, many people had fled the city and chose such a place to retire. In front of him, there was an old courtyard house from the last century. It was old but very charming. There was a large piece of forest around it and a man-made lake. No matter how he looked at it, it was very similar to where he used to live in the past. Thinking about it, his parents wanted to change to a new environment and were still nostalgic. Yi Fan found the address and descended from the sky. He landed in a courtyard and shouted, "Mom, Dad, I'm back." However, there was only silence. No one responded to him. Yi Fan trembled. Looking at the tightly locked door, his whole body felt cold. He entered the room. It seemed that no one had lived in it for a long time. There was a layer of dust on it. This made him even more afraid. This place lacked people. It had been a long time since someone cleaned it or came in. Finally, he found a notebook in the bedroom. He casually flipped it open and saw a sentence that worried him. "I saw Lil Fan again in a daze. I saw him come back. However, when I woke up, I found nothing. There were only some cold tears on my face. Mom, Dad." Yi Fan shouted, tears flowing out of his eyes. Chapter 937. It's rainy again. My joints hurt a little. I'm really old. It's cold at home. Hearing the cries of the neighbor's children, I'm reminded of Lil Fan when he was young. The old man doesn't say anything, but I know he misses Lil Fan more than I do. I often call his name when I sleep at night. Every time I turn on the lights, I see tears on his face. We're really old. The diary had already turned yellow. Every time Yi Fan turned a page, tears rolled down his cheeks. It was filled with longing for him and their love. Yi Fan couldn't help but cry. He had experienced so many hardships in Big Dipper, but he had never cried. Now that he was back, he couldn't hold it in anymore. Tears rolled down his cheeks. The dusty diary felt like it weighed a ton, causing his hands to tremble nonstop. His heart ached. His aged parents, his miserable old age, his dreams were calling his name, but when he woke up, there were only cold tears. It's the new year, and it's still just the two of us. Oh, Fen suddenly came back and appeared by our side. How great would that be? It's the 15th, and the Lantern Festival is here. We should be reunited, but the house is so cold. We went to bed early, but we couldn't sleep until dawn. Our waist and legs hurt, and our bodies can't take it anymore. I don't know how many more years we can wait for Lil Fan. Yi Fan cried and knelt on the ground. He held the diary that was filled with tears and longing. His body was trembling. Every word pierced his heart, making his heart ache. How did the two old people get through all these years? Tears blurred his eyes. The yellowed pages carried too much, heavier than a mountain. The last page of the diary was from 10 years ago. There were only a few sentences. Their bodies couldn't take it anymore, and they were in a trance when they thought about him. The two old people couldn't speak for a few days, and they fell sick from depression. Yi Fan's heart hurt like a knife. He grabbed his hair and knelt on the ground in pain. He wished he could turn back time and go back to that moment, just to see them smile. This was a diary from 10 years ago. What was left of it now? There was only dust. There was no life. Yi Fan's mind rumbled, and he felt as if he had lost his soul. He knew that there were some things that couldn't be changed, but he was still unwilling. He roared like a wild beast, releasing a sorrowful cry of pain. "Dad, Mom!" He roared towards the sky, tears pouring down like rain. He forcefully grabbed at the void, wanting to redeem something, but he couldn't do anything. He searched crazily, searching every corner, but everything only made him more sad. The moldy and damp bedroom, the simple furniture, the spoiled instant noodles, all of these showed that the two old people did not have a good life in their later years. Finally, he saw many neatly folded clothes in a relatively new wardrobe. Every single one of them was well preserved. All belonged to him. Yi Fan choked with sobs, trembling as he rubbed his hands. He knocked his head against the ground and knelt there, unwilling to get up. He hammered the ground with all his might. Even though he was doing his best to control it, cracks were still spreading out. This was an unacceptable result, and he wanted to roar out loud. He had disregarded everything and set off from the Beidou Star region just to reunite with them today and appear by their side. But it was still too late. Yi Fan cried and constantly called for his parents like a child. His tears flowed like a river, and he felt as if he had lost the entire world. If his enemies from the Beidou Star region knew about this, they would definitely be puzzled. How could such a cold-hearted and ruthless person have such a side to him? After an unknown amount of time, Yi Fan's heart was empty. His eyes were lifeless, and he sat there motionlessly, hugging his knees. After reading the diary and looking at everything in the house, he could already deduce that his parents' bodies couldn't take it anymore 10 years ago. He could guess the ending. Yi Fan was like a wounded child, curled up in a corner and didn't move for a day and night. His eyes were empty as he stared blankly at every item in the house. It wasn't until the next day that he stood up. He wanted to open the last scar in his heart and face the cruel pain of bloodshed. He slowly walked out and looked at the sky. He felt that everything was gray, and even the sun had lost its luster. Everything was so depressing. Looking at the old courtyard house, he was speechless. He had left a lot of money for his parents back then. After Mount Tai disappeared, the house, car, and savings should all belong to his parents. Why didn't they live a good life? Based on the standard of living at that time, what he had left behind was enough for an ordinary person to live comfortably for several lifetimes. Was the price inflation? The purchasing power of $10 in the 100s was similar to that of $1 in the 90s. But even after more than 20 years, the price of goods was outrageous, and the inflation was even more severe. The property should be enough for them to enjoy their old age in peace. Yi Fan shook his head. They were already gone, so there was no point in looking into this. He was almost desperate to face the final result. He wanted to find out where his parents had gone during the last days of the diary. He wanted to see their last moments. For this, he decided to show his magical powers and enter some relevant departments. He didn't care if it would shock the world to read everything. First, he released his powerful divine sense and searched through the memories of some people in this courtyard house. He searched carefully and then erased all traces of his actions. He had never thought that he would actually find an extremely valuable clue. Someone had taken away his parents who were already dying 10 years ago. It was a woman. These people didn't know who the woman was. They only knew that her surname was Sue because his parents had called her Little Sue before they boarded the car. A woman with the surname Sue. Yi Fan's heart moved. In his life, among all the people he knew, she was the only one he had interacted with, and his parents called her that. At the thought of this woman, Yi Fan was stunned. Then he sighed softly. More than 20 years had passed. What else could he do? Time was so heartless and had changed many things. Su Qiong, a woman who had left a strong color in his life. It had been more than 20 years since they last met. He didn't know what would happen when they met again. After leaving the suburbs, he used his magical powers and entered some relevant departments. He looked through the files and found some important things. He found out where Su Qiong lived. After graduating from university, his relationship with Li Xiaoman also came to an end. More than a year later, he met a woman named Su Qiong and became friends with her for 2 years. From being as plain as water, to knowing each other for 2 years and becoming very good friends. After that, there was no after. It had all ended before it even started. If he didn't have that gathering, if he didn't go to Mount Tai, if he didn't disappear from this world, perhaps there would be many more stories. In this city where every inch of land was worth its weight in gold, to be able to own a villa was an impossible dream for many people, especially in this place, West Mountain. West Mountain was the general name of the mountains in the west of B City. It had a superior geographical location and beautiful scenery. It was especially famous for its ancient temples. It was adjacent to scenic areas and was known as the Royal Plate. Yi Fan came to a standalone villa and watched quietly. The weather was very cold and the leaves on the trees had already fallen. He could see that this place was very particular. It had a good view and a good place to live. There were no disturbances or accidents. He found Su Qiong's residence very smoothly. It was the standalone villa in front of him. In the distance, a car drove over slowly and a graceful woman got out of the car. She was so familiar that Yi Fan was shocked. It was Su Qiong. She had taken good care of herself. Although she was already past the prime of her youth, there were not many traces of aging. She had an extra sense of maturity and steadiness. Yi Fan was in a daze and thought of many things in the past. The beautiful woman in the past loved to talk and laugh and was very cheerful. Now, her temperament was completely different. The years that had passed and the youth that had passed had changed a lot. If he didn't meet her here, he wouldn't have dared to recognize her. Mom. The door on the other side opened and a girl around 16 or 17 years old got out of the car. She was very lively and beautiful. She looked very much like Su Qiong from 20 years ago. In the distance, Yi Fan was stupefied. So many years had passed, the girl from before already becoming a mother, having such a big daughter. This made him feel all types of emotions, silently standing there. Time. He slowly spat out these 3 words. In the distance, Su Qiong happened to look over. When she saw him, her handbag fell to the ground. Her expression froze as she looked over in shock. Then she became extremely emotional. She stretched out her hand and pointed at Yi Fan. She muttered, "You are, Mom, what's wrong?" The girl quickly went around the car and ran over. She hugged her mother's arm and shook it worriedly. Then she followed her mother's gaze and looked over. After so many years, Yi Fan's appearance hadn't changed. In fact, he was even a few years younger than before. He walked over silently and looked at her. "Is it really you?" Su Qiong asked with a trembling voice. "It's me." Yi Fan nodded. Such a meeting made it hard for them to say many things. The 2 of them looked at each other silently and their emotions fluctuated. "Let's talk inside," Su Qiong said after calming down. "Mom, who is he?" The girl beside her asked softly. After entering the living room, Su Qiong said, "Su Yi, go to your room. I have something to say to this uncle." "What uncle? He's only a few years older than me." Su Yi wrinkled her nose in dissatisfaction. She playfully and provocatively said, "Hey brat, who are you?" Her tone was joking, but it did not make people feel disgusted. "Go back to your room." Su Qiong put on a stern face. "All right." The living room became quiet. The 2 of them did not speak. To Su Qiong, Yi Fan's appearance was too shocking. After a moment of suffocating silence, Su Qiong opened her mouth and said, "All these years, where have you been?" "Very far, so far that I've risked my life and risked my life to come back," Yi Fan said bitterly. Su Qiong sighed and said, "I didn't wait for you for too long. We've known each other for 2 years, and that's all I've waited for. People have to live, don't they?" Yi Fan nodded. Reality was not a novel. People had to survive and live. Waiting bitterly for a lifetime was not realistic. It was just a beautiful story. People had to move forward. He did not know how Su Qiong brought his parents here, but something must have happened. "Su Qiong, my parents?" Yi Fan said with a trembling voice. "If only you had come back 3 years earlier." As though he was struck by lightning, Yi Fan leaned on the sofa powerlessly. He felt as though the world had darkened. Although he had already expected it, when he heard it with his own ears, he still felt as though he had fallen into a bottomless abyss. His vision turned black, and tears rolled down uncontrollably. Su Qiong stood up and brought him into a room. She told him that this was the last place the 2 old people lived. 3 years ago, they passed away one after another in less than a month. Yi Fan knelt there and cried silently. He grabbed onto the bedsheets tightly, wanting to feel everything about them and capture their presence. "They truly missed you." Every night, they would gently hum the songs they used to coax you to sleep when you were young, and caress the pictures of you when you were young. Especially when their bodies could no longer move, they would hold onto the yellowed photo album tightly, afraid that they would lose it. In their last days, they would use their rough hands to caress it, and use their turbid eyes to stare at your picture. Yi Fan could not take it anymore. He knelt on the ground, pressed his head against the bed, and cried out loud. All his efforts over the past 20 years had come to nothing. In the end, he could not see his parents. His heart felt like it was being stabbed by a knife, filled with sorrow and endless regret. The heart-wrenching pain and tears gushed out like a fountain, blurring his vision. Yi Fan's fingers were about to break. He could not accept this result. Su Qiong left, leaving him alone in the room. In a daze, Yi Fan felt a kind of warmth and calling. "Xiao Fan, are you back?" Yi Fan was heartbroken. He murmured, and with every word, he cried blood as he recited the salvation scripture. He had never thought that he would be reciting it for his parents. Every word was branded in the air, carrying his sadness and sorrow, imprinted in the room. Chapter 9:38. The Sorrow of the Wind Tree. The child wanted to raise, but his parents weren't around. The wanderer returned, unable to see his parents. Separated by life and death, how could he speak of sorrow? Yi Fan's tears trickled down. All of his efforts had been for nothing. He had disregarded everything to come back, crossing the boundless star domain, but he couldn't cross the river of time. In the end, he was still a step too late. He was gently trembling as he recited the salvation scripture. What kind of pain was this? He tearfully recited the Taoist scriptures for his parents, hoping that they would be reborn. Yi Fan bit his lips, causing blood to drip down. He softly called out again and again, each word stained with blood. The entire room was covered in symbols, imprinted in the void. For more than 20 years, his goal in life was to come back, to see his parents, to reunite with them, to let smiles reappear on their aged and sorrowful faces. For this, he had risked his life just to return. However, his parents were no longer here. In a single day, he had no goal in life, and his entire world collapsed. "Dad, Mom?" Yi Fan muttered, tears continuously falling down. He trembled as he silently recited the salvation scripture. He had never thought that he would send off his parents like this. The greatest pain in the world couldn't compare to this. He had many things he wanted to say, to tell them of his longing for these 20 years. However, they were no longer here, so what else could he do? He could only choke with sobs, tears continuously rolling down his cheeks. Yi Fan's heart was filled with pain. All of his efforts had turned into nothingness in the face of time. Nothing could be done again, nothing could be changed. The paleness of life, the ruthlessness of time. He was so sad and helpless. He stretched his hand into the void, but he couldn't grab anything. He felt how laughable he was, thinking that one day, as long as he was unrivaled in the present world, he could shatter everything and change everything. But now, the heavens directly smacked him in the head, making him feel so sad that he was powerless. He knelt on the ground, not wanting to get up. "Dad, Mom, I'm back to see you guys." Yi Fan knelt there, crying out sorrowfully again and again. "I really missed you guys, but the road was too long, so long that I risked my life to come back. In the end, it was too late. Why did it have to be like this? I would rather die." Yi Fan roared. It was too late to say anything now. He tugged at his hair and sensed the auras left behind by the two elders. Why couldn't he even see them? He was filled with unwillingness and regret. In the end, Yi Fan could only weep silently as he sat on the floor, leaning against the edge of the bed. He suddenly felt as if life had lost all meaning. What cultivation? What Tao cutting? What divine body? What invincibility? Everything was empty. What was the point of not being able to protect his parents? He felt that he was extremely laughable. All of his efforts had been for naught. He had cast aside everything, but in the end, it was still too late. It was an empty sorrow, and he couldn't do anything. He cried and laughed loudly while coughing. Strands of blood appeared at the corner of his mouth. He suddenly felt that he was nothing, that he was pathetic and laughable. "I can't change anything. I haven't even seen my parents for the last time. I'm useless." Yi Fan cried for a while, then laughed for a while. He was completely disheartened and did not have a shred of nostalgia for this world. He felt that life was boring, and that the bitterness was greater than the joy. He cried and laughed as he fell powerlessly to the ground. There was no sound, only the silent flow of tears. He didn't want to move, and he wanted to sleep forever. His parents' aged faces appeared in front of his eyes. Yi Fan was muddle-headed and slowly lost consciousness. He was exhausted, and his body and mind were haggard. Finally, he fainted. "Little Fan, you're back." A soft call rang out in his ear. "Don't be sad, don't cry. We don't blame you. We just miss you. Seeing you safe and sound, we're more happy than anything else." The soft voice was filled with love. "Your mother and I always believed that you were still alive, and that one day you would come back to see us. We waited for a long time, but we were really tired and couldn't hold on any longer. Now that we know you're safe and sound, everything is fine." The old voice was filled with relief and gratification, but it also made one's heart ache. Like a dream, Yi Fan was in a coma. Tears kept flowing from the corner of his eyes. It was as if he saw two balls of light. He tried his best to grab their hands, but he couldn't do it no matter what. "We're leaving. You have to live well and take care of yourself." The voice became weak. The two balls of light slowly dissipated, and the old face became faint. Then, it turned into a rain of light and completely disappeared. Yi Fan screamed and struggled with all his might. He tried his best to chase after them and make them stay, but he couldn't grab anything. Bang! He woke up with a start. There was nothing in front of him. He had lost the warmth from before, and his parents' aura was gone. It was empty. "You're awake." Su Qiong sat beside him and passed him a cup of water. "My condolences. People have joys and sorrows, and the moon waxes and wanes. What did you see just now? Did you hear it?" Yi Fan grabbed her hand and shook it forcefully. The water in the cup spilled onto the ground. Su Qiong frowned. Yi Fan was extremely strong. Even though she was carefully controlling it, she still felt pain. She said softly, "You miss them too much and your mind is too tired. Don't think too much and have a good rest." "You really didn't see or hear it." Yi Fan stood up and released his divine sense. He wanted to find that familiar aura that moved him and made him feel close to it. Everything just now was too real. It was as if he had experienced it himself. It was right in front of his eyes. He wasn't sure if it was a dream or reality. He opened the curtains. The night sky was dark. A meteor shower was fading away and disappearing into the horizon. Yi Fan suddenly trembled. It was like a rain of light that dissipated in a dream. His body couldn't help but tremble. Tears flowed down his cheeks as he stared at the pitch-black sky. Strange, there was no announcement of a meteor shower. On the other window, Su Yi held her chin and blinked her eyes curiously as she looked at the sky. Yi Fan opened the window and soared into the sky. He quickly chased after it and turned into a ray of golden light that disappeared into the distant sky. In the room, Su Qiong's mouth opened wide in shock. The teacup in her hand fell to the ground and released a crisp, cracking sound. The water splashed all over the ground. She couldn't believe it. Even though she was mentally prepared, she still couldn't accept the truth. Yi Fan was like a golden ping that streaked across the sky. Was he still human? Seeing Yi Fan suddenly return, in her knowledge, she thought that it was related to an extraterrestrial civilization. The first thing she thought of was a UFO kidnapping. But now, she was petrified. Was that the god and devil civilization? In the other room, Su Yi screamed and shouted for her mother. She shouted that a meteor had crashed into her house. The young girl was not afraid of anything. She quickly ran into the room and said, "Mother, did you see that just now? A meteor seemed to have streaked past our house. It's too magical." Su Qiong covered her chest with her hands and stopped trembling. She didn't want to lose her composure in front of her daughter. She tried her best to calm herself down. Everything that had happened was too shocking. Su Yi was about 16 or 17 years old. She was very lively and active. She ran to the window and looked out. She kept poking her head out to see where the meteor had landed. "Mom, why is your face a bit pale? Did you get a fright just now?" "Don't be afraid, with your precious daughter here. No matter what kind of demon or ghost comes, I will beat them away. Hum. She made a Tai Chi fist gesture in a lively manner. But when she saw that her mother's expression was still unnatural, she quickly retracted her playfulness and said, "Mother, what's wrong? I'll go get you a cup of water. Where's that uncle? Why is he gone? Where did he go? Su Qiong calmed herself down and said, he had something to do, so he left first. At the end of the horizon, Yi Fan stood alone in the night sky in a daze. He couldn't have caught up to anything. The meteor shower had long since disappeared. But was it you guys? Where did you go? He felt that perhaps there really was a mysterious power in the world. Were his parents saying goodbye to him just now? But then he shook his head. He was a cultivator, especially when he had reached such a powerful realm. He was very sensitive to primordial spirits and knew their nature. What was gone was gone. It was impossible for it to appear again. There was no way for it to be reborn. This was the nature of the world that couldn't be changed. Everyone would die one day, even the ancient emperors were no exception. Maybe it's my own subconscious that's healing my heart. Yi Fan sighed. He used his hand to grab at the night sky, but he couldn't grab anything. He didn't believe in fate or reincarnation. There was no such thing as reincarnation in the human world. But what he had just experienced was both real and illusory. He thought back to when he went to the Western Desert and the words of the old monk who transformed into the Tao. In the next life, if you believe in it, then it exists. If you don't believe in it, then it doesn't. The years are long and endless. In the end, two identical flowers will appear in the world. After thousands of years, one will wither and the other will bloom. Whether or not they were the same flower, no matter how much later generations thought about it, not even that ancient Buddha could say it clearly. Was it my own subconscious that was lying to me, or were they really saying goodbye to me? Yi Fan's tears silently fell. He would rather believe the latter. After crossing through the star regions and returning, he was still a step too late. He didn't even get to see his parents one last time. Just now, were they trying to make up for his regrets? Yi Fan mumbled. No one could hear what he was saying. He continuously muttered to himself as he stood in the night sky, wanting to stay there forever. He didn't want to continue thinking rationally. That was because if he looked deeper into it, the ancient sages had long written about reincarnation. It was impossible for it to exist. Yi Fan strolled alone under the starry sky. He didn't think. His heart was empty. At dawn he landed on the ground. After the sun rose high in the sky, he arrived at the West Mountain Villa district. Su Qiong welcomed him in. Wow, little uncle, why did you suddenly disappear yesterday? I don't remember seeing you go out. Su Yi was drowsy and liked to laze in bed. She hugged a big wombat and got up. Be good. Go wash your face, brush your teeth and eat breakfast. Su Qiong pushed her. Although Su Yi was only 16 or 17 years old, she was as tall as her mother. She obediently nodded and said, "Oh, all right." This was the biggest blow that Yi Fan had ever suffered in his life. He really wanted to leave this place and avoid this mortal world. Everything that he had seen made him feel sorrow and pain. However, he couldn't just leave like this. He wanted to know the last moments of his parents, and wanted to know everything that had happened in the past. Eat something first. I'll tell you later. Su Qiong combed her long hair and comforted him softly. I can't eat anymore. You go eat. I'll wait for you. After that, bring me to their graveyard. Yi Fan felt his entire body become heavy. He fell onto the sofa and didn't want to move. His eyes were dry, but his tears had already dried up. Su Qiong sighed. She didn't have much of an appetite. She brought Yi Fan out and drove far away. After an hour, they arrived at the graveyard. The graveyard was huge. It was filled with evergreen grass. It was built along a small hill. There were even some green pines and cypresses. It made the place look solemn and dignified. It's here. Suddenly, Su Qiong revealed a strange expression. It was because there was a pure white flower in front of the gravestone. It was swaying in the wind. Its petals rustled and fell, emitting a faint fragrance. Will anyone else visit the graveyard? Yi Fan asked. I don't think anyone else knows. It's strange. Su Qiong was bewildered. Chapter 939. Spring hadn't arrived yet, and it was still the end of winter. It was still extremely cold in the north, and the cold wind felt like knives cutting at one's face. In front of the grave, a pure white flower swayed in the wind. The petals were blown away, and the names of 2 elders were carved on the grave. 3 years had already passed, and Yi Fan was powerless to defy the heavens. He silently knelt down. His lips trembled, and his hoarse words couldn't be heard clearly in the northern wind. He couldn't shed tears, and he could only mutter softly. Su Qiong walked to the side, giving him some time to be alone. She asked the cemetery manager who had just placed the pure white flowers here. Unfortunately, there were no results. There were quite a few people coming and going here every day, and no one would pay special attention to who it was. Yi Fan knelt in front of the grave. He wanted to accompany this place forever, never to rise again. He had lost his life's goal, and his heart was empty. His world was a leaden gray. "Dad, this is a type of divine wine I brought back from Big Dipper. It's very difficult for the great sect masters to drink it. It's a pot of essence extracted from a 1,000-year-old wine cellar." Yi Fan opened a mutton fat jade gourd and poured out the wine. The refreshing fragrance filled the graveyard. Su Qiong was shocked. She turned around, and she just happened to see this scene. The wine fragrance was shockingly strong, and even someone like her who didn't drink white wine was moved by the fragrance. The cemetery manager saw this and quickly walked over, informing him that he had violated the rules. He had to put away the wine bottle, and he had to pay a fine. Su Qiong walked up, took out a stack of money, and handed it over. She didn't let him come closer out of fear of causing trouble. She knew that the current Yi Fan couldn't be measured as a mortal. "Mom, these are some small ornaments I brought back from Big Dipper." Some strange ornaments appeared in Yi Fan's hands. There was a long pearl necklace that had been washed clean, and there was also a protective talisman carved from a heavenly evil relic. They were all things that could prolong one's life. Every one of them was sparkling and glistening, and they released strands of essence energy. Even ordinary people could see that they were extraordinary, and they could relax all their pores, as if they were bathing in a spring breeze. Chi! Strand after strand of flames surged from Yi Fan's hands, igniting all of these items and the 1,000-year-old divine brew. They turned into brilliant light, turning into ashes that fell in front of the tomb. The caretaker of the cemetery was anxious and said that Yi Fan had seriously violated the rules. This place was not allowed to burn anything. When he saw the flame jump out of Yi Fan's palm, he stared blankly. "I say, what is that thing you're burning? Why is it even brighter than a magic lamp? It's shooting out rays of light as though it's some kind of treasure. Oh my, what kind of wine is this? It's so fragrant that I can't help but want to take a sip. Just smelling it makes me drunk." As soon as he got close, he fell to the ground with a thud and fainted. Su Qiong retreated in shock, afraid that she would be intoxicated by the wine. She had seen a lot of things and had long realized that the things in Yi Fan's hands were not ordinary and could not be judged by common sense. Not to mention those beads that were radiating divine splendor, even that wine gourd was a flawless white jade. If it was auctioned, it would definitely cause a commotion and fetch a sky-high price. When the caretaker of the cemetery woke up again, he discovered that everything in front of him was pitch black and that a pile of things had been burned. He immediately jumped up and was flustered and exasperated. "Hey, what's wrong with you? Did you burn a truck full of things? How are you going to clean this up?" His eyes were wide open. With such a pile of things, not to mention burning them, it would be troublesome just to transport them over. Su Qiong hurried forward and handed over a thick stack of money again. No matter when, this situation had never changed. Once the money was in place, it could even turn the millstone upside down. In life, there are too many helpless things. We are powerless to resist. My condolences. Uncle and Auntie won't blame you. As long as you return safely, it will be the greatest consolation for them. Because before they pass away, the only thing they care about is your safety, Su Qiong consoled. "I know. I want to be alone for a while. You should go back first." Yi Fan sat there with his back facing her and said, "The red sun set in the west. In the blink of an eye, a day had passed. Finally, the sky was filled with stars." He sat there silently without moving. The caretaker of the cemetery was scared, but he didn't dare to bother him. Before leaving, Su Qiong stuffed a lot of money into his hands. Early in the morning, The sun shone down and rose high. Yi Fan was still there, not moving at all. He sat there for a day and a night, silently recalling everything from when he was young to when he grew up. Every scene of his parents floated up in his mind, and it was difficult for him to walk out of his heart. The happy, the sad, the unforgettable, the unforgettable, the unforgettable, the past was like smoke, occupying his heart. He really wanted to sleep here. At noon, he sighed softly and stood up to leave. His back view was bleak as he walked out of the cemetery. Although he didn't return for a day and a night, Su Qiong wasn't worried. She saw with her own eyes that he could soar into the sky. She believed that no one in this world could hurt him. Perhaps only he could. Yi Fan returned. He sat on the sofa and quietly listened to Su Qiong's story. Every detail of the two old people's later years made his heart ache, but he didn't say anything from the beginning to the end. He just listened. Where there was light, there was darkness. Everyone would have happiness and sadness. There were happy memories, but there would also be unhappy memories. Su Qiong waited for him for 2 years, and then she got married. Just as she said, people had to live, right? And life was colorful. There would be wind and rain. 10 years ago, her life fell to the bottom. Her marriage that lasted for many years came to an end, and she lost everything. When Su Qiong went to the suburbs to relax, she unexpectedly met his parents. She couldn't believe that it was the two old people who took them away. Uncle and auntie are good people. They donated the money you left behind to an orphanage, but their own lives are so difficult. They miss you and like children. I think that the bouquet of flowers was given by the orphanage. The doorbell rang. Su Yi skipped out and went to open the door. She shouted that her father was back. My husband is back. He doesn't have much money. I bought the villa with the money I earned recently, but he is an honest person. Su Yi isn't his biological daughter, but he treats her very well. When she said her daughter's name, Su Qiong's voice trembled. Yi and Yi sounded the same. Yi Fan's heart ached. The 9 dragons pulling the coffin had changed many things. After a marriage, Su Qiong's choice was very careful. This was a university professor who was engaged in archaeological research. He was a really good person. Yang Xiao didn't look like a tactful person. He was a little stiff. When he saw that there were guests, he smiled kindly and greeted them after Su Qiong introduced him. Father, why did you come back so late? You don't know, but I saw a shooting star almost crash into our house. Mother was scared to death. Su Yi chattered happily like a little magpie. I was delayed in Jiangling for many days. There was a large tomb there, and I don't know what happened. Those who entered all died, so the archaeology was stopped. Otherwise, I would have come back even later. It's true. It's too dangerous. Father, don't go. Su Yi was tall and slender. She poured a cup of tea for him and said fearfully, "What's going on? It's so dangerous. Don't take the risk." Su Qiong frowned. She was also very worried. It's fine. There's no need for us bookworms to take the risk. Only after everything is dug up will we be allowed to study it. Yang Xiao explained kindly. Hubei's Jiangling County's Bailing Mountain? Yi Fan asked. This place was very famous and had a great history in the ancient times. There were many ancient tombs in the mountain, with the Chu tombs being the most and the Han tombs being the second. The terrain there was very special. It was formed by 8 mountain ridges that stretched out horizontally and vertically. It was like a group of dancing dragons and thousands of horses. It was majestic, and in ancient times, it was called the Dragon Mountain. Yang Xiao nodded and said that it was that place. This time, there was a tomb from the Warring States period. It was so mysterious that all sorts of equipment were useless. Many people died there, and only half of the tombstone was dug up. There were birds, fish, insects, and beasts carved on it. Yi Fan quickly became silent. His heart was like dead ashes, and it was hard for these things to pique his interest. His heart was desolate and he didn't think about it anymore. Although the archaeology has temporarily stopped, it might continue after a period of time. Yang Xiao said, "Father, don't go, it's too dangerous." Su Yi hugged his arm. "Even if you don't think for yourself, you have to think for little Yi. Don't run around and stay in your department." Su Qiong said, Okay, I won't go next time. I'll stay in B City. Yang Xiao smiled sincerely. It could be seen that this family was very harmonious, and Su Qiong had found a good home. Yi Fan finished asking about his parents and memorized every little detail before preparing to leave. Where are you going? Stay at home. Su Qiong looked at him in a daze and tried to persuade him to stay. No, I want to travel around. I'll treat your family to a meal some other day. Before Yi Fan left, he took out some small ornaments and gave them to her. Each of them was sparkling and translucent. Wow, so beautiful. What is this made of? It looks like a crystal, but it's not. How can it be more beautiful than a diamond? Su Yi was very lively. She took it on behalf of her mother and looked at it under the sunlight. Yang Zhao's face was full of shock. He stood up and moved closer. He adjusted his spectacles and said, "These have at least 2,000 years of history." Yi Fan thought about it and took out some other small items. He gave a wooden bead bracelet and a protective talisman to Yang Xiao, telling him to bring them with him when he went out for archaeology. Just like the other sparkling ornaments, they were all rare treasures even in Big Dipper. They could extend a mortal's lifespan and had formations inside to protect the wearer. Su Yi hugged one of Yi Fan's arms and called him, "Little uncle is the best." Yang Xiao said that they were too precious and could not afford to keep them. They might be national treasures. Only Su Qiong knew the true value of these things. After seeing how Yi Fan could rush into the starry sky, she understood that these were not ordinary items. They might be the so-called celestial items in the eyes of mortals. Yi Fan thought about it and took out 2 jade bottles and placed them in her hands. He used his divine sense to tell her that if anything happened to her body, she could take them. However, 1 pill at a time was enough, and she must not take more than that. Yi Fan left and was about to disappear. When he looked back, Su Qiong was still standing there with tears in her eyes. She muttered to herself, "Time? I missed out on a lifetime. Mom, little uncle has left. Why isn't he coming in?" Su Yi called out. Yang Xiao took out a coat and walked out to help her put it on. He said softly, "Go in, it's cold outside." Su Qiong nodded. What was there for her to be dissatisfied about? Everything was going according to plan. As long as she did not think about the past, she would undoubtedly be very happy. Yi Fan walked on the streets alone in a daze. His parents were no longer around, and it was a huge blow to him. He felt that life had lost its meaning. He did not know where to go and could only walk aimlessly. He did not want to stop, and wanted to keep walking. He did not know how much time had passed. It might have been 4 days, or it might have been 5. He stopped in front of a park bench and sat there. He was seriously thinking about where he should go next. In his right palm, a huge Saraira appeared. This was left behind by the Western Desert ancient Buddha who had transformed into the Tao. He was loyal and brought it to this side of the starry sky. In his left palm, a palm-sized stone coffin appeared. This was the taboo item that Qi Luo had asked him to throw into the starry sky. It was very likely that it was the ancient coffin of a divine being that was buried in the 9 heavens during the mythological era. Suddenly, specks of light overflowed from his hand and turned into a rain of light. This is Chapter 940. Specks of golden light revolved around his fingertips like golden butterflies. They danced gracefully and then flew into the sky. Yi Fan was startled. The infant fist-sized Saraira became smaller and smaller, turning into a rain of light that scattered in all directions. The scene was magnificent, holy, solemn, and respectful, transforming into the Tao. This was the first word that came to his mind, but he felt that it wasn't the case. That ancient Buddha had already passed away in meditation back in the Western Desert. Could it be that there really is reincarnation? Yi Fan immediately became excited. He was overwhelmed with emotions and immediately stood up. During these past few days, he was absent-minded and muddle-headed. He walked around aimlessly and almost didn't know where he was. His parents' figures always appeared in his mind, and he was unable to free himself from his grief. Reincarnation, resurrection, these words lingered in his mind from time to time. It was also because of this that he could think of the Saraira and the ancient coffin that should have been buried in the 9 heavens. Buddhism paid particular attention to the afterlife, and there was a saying of reincarnation. Meanwhile, the 9-layered coffin of the legendary era buried deities, and it was also a product of eternal life. Yi Fan's mind was absent-minded these past few days. He subconsciously took out these 2 items to search for eternal life and the method of reincarnation, all for the sake of seeing his parents again. This was a subconscious action, but it immediately woke him up. Otherwise, he didn't know how many days he would have been muddle-headed. The ancient coffin buried in the 9 heavens didn't change at all. It was still simple and unadorned, but the Saraira was melting bit by bit like a melting snowball. Yi Fan's essence energy was raised to its peak. He stared unblinkingly, and a divine flame throbbed between his brows. He was like a deity. He was using his heart to sense the Saraira and examine its changes. Even though he didn't believe in reincarnation, he still hoped for a miracle. His eyes were deep and unblinking. The Saraira seemed to be transforming into the Tao. It continuously transformed into golden ripples that spread outwards. The colors were beautiful, and it was as if an immortal technique was being displayed. Specks of golden light converged together. "Wow, uncle, are you performing magic?" A boy ran over from the park. He blinked his eyes as he looked at the Saraira that had turned into specks of light in his hand. "It's so pretty. Uncle, can you teach me how to change? It's so magical and beautiful." The little boy was not shy at all and begged Yi Fan to teach him. It's much better than witnessing the miracles that happen every year in the Spring Festival Gala. "I've long been sick of watching it," a few young people next to him said, joining in the fun. "Hey, why is the space between your brows also shining? Is that phosphorus? Does it hurt?" A young man was quite curious, reaching out his hand to touch the divine flame between Yi Fan's brows. "It hurts?" His hand hadn't even touched it, but he already felt as if he was being pricked by needles. He quickly withdrew his hand when he was still some distance away and shouted, "Brother, you really have perseverance. Don't you feel pain?" Alas, it's not easy to do anything. Yi Fan didn't pay attention to them. He didn't care about how shocking it would be. He stared at the light overflowing from the Saraira and watched them fly west. He stood up and chased after them. His speed was extremely fast, disappearing into the distance like a gust of wind. The adorable child fell on his butt, leaving the young men and women stupefied. The Saraira was shining, converging into streaks of light that flowed in the direction where the sun set. It was extremely mysterious. Yi Fan was like the wind and lightning, leaving this city in the blink of an eye. These specks of light were like golden butterflies. They didn't fly that fast, but they fluttered about as if they were alive. Yi Fan had enough time to catch up to them, and he even had time to experience them. There aren't any divine fluctuations, so it isn't a primordial spirit. There aren't any life imprints either, just a type of pure energy. He frowned slightly. Yi Fan was extremely focused. He reached out his divine will and displayed his cultivation to observe every speck of light. He wanted to understand its source and know what it was exactly. However, he was disappointed. This type of thing had nothing to do with reincarnation, and it didn't have any life imprints. It was just a type of pure energy and nothing else. No wonder even the ancient Buddha himself said that those who believe in it will have it, and those who don't, won't have it. Those who have reached his level of cultivation must have known that death is ultimately in vain. The only thing Yi Fan didn't understand was why the old monk who had transformed into Tao wanted him to bring his Saraira back to earth. What was the meaning of this? This was because he had already discovered that after a period of time, some of the specks of light would dim. They would either dissipate or sink into the mountains, rocks, and vegetation. Occasionally, some of the specks of light would be absorbed by some lucky people. Perhaps he saw a similar flower before he passed away, and even though he knew it wasn't him, he still wanted to get close to it. Yi Fan was disappointed, but he still chased after it, wanting to see the final result. The speed at which these specks of light moved wasn't very fast for him. He only arrived in the west after a few days. In front of him, the sea level was getting higher and higher. The vault of heaven seemed to have been washed by water. It was incomparably blue and sparkling like a sapphire. Occasionally, white clouds drifted by, clean and flawless. They were right above his head, as if he could touch them with his hand. It wasn't easy to find such a natural place in the modern era where tall buildings stood in great numbers. The Tibetan area was sparsely populated, and there were many areas that humans hadn't set foot in yet. However, just as he approached this high-altitude area, the saraira in Yi Fan's hand was also exhausted. The last speck of light flew out and completely disappeared. Yi Fan watched this last rain of light and saw that it didn't fly very far. In the end, it fell into the mountains, sank into the vegetation, and turned into nothingness. He let out a long sigh. Although he knew that reincarnation was empty and impossible to exist, he still couldn't help but feel sad and disappointed. He had extinguished the last glimmer of hope in his heart. The ancient saints of the Western Desert had completely disappeared from the world. Buddhas were nothing more than this, let alone mortals. In the end, they couldn't leave any traces behind. Yi Fan knew that it was impossible for him to see his parents again. They were truly separated forever. Thinking of this, he was dejected and couldn't control himself. He stood there motionless, almost petrified. What should he do? His mind was in chaos. He had no direction and felt that everything he did was meaningless. After standing there for an unknown period of time, Yi Fan suddenly raised his head. He felt a faint fluctuation coming from the depths of the Tibetan area. There was a mysterious aura flowing. This is... His eyes flashed as he looked at the land in front of him. This feeling was hard to forget. He had experienced it before in the Western Desert. This mysterious fluctuation was almost the same as the fluctuation of Mount Meru. Yi Fan turned into a beam of light and rushed forward. He entered the depths of the plateau's uninhabited area. At this moment, he felt a boundless fluctuation as if a vast body of water had burst its banks and rushed in all directions. Yi Fan was shocked. This uninhabited area was too mysterious. Compared to what he had experienced in the Western Desert, the fluctuation wasn't much weaker. He almost thought that he was looking at Mount Meru from afar again. However, it left as quickly as it came. The mysterious fluctuation was like a flood that was cut off by a sluice gate. In the blink of an eye, it stopped and disappeared completely. He couldn't sense it anymore. Where did it originate from? Yi Fan's powerful divine sense swept through the mountains and rivers, but he couldn't sense anything. This was a very strange experience. The Tibetan area had always been mysterious. There were always some things that couldn't be explained clearly. Yi Fan chased all the way here but didn't see anything. He was bewildered. There are indeed many unsolved mysteries in the Tibetan area. The birthplace of Gautama Buddha no longer worships Buddha. This place has become a pure land. Could it be that something is hidden here? Yi Fan stood on a majestic mountain and looked down at the vast and mysterious ancient land. Not only did Buddhism take root here, but even the most mysterious ancient Kunlun of China was also here. He moved forward and passed by many places. He passed through a large uninhabited area and finally arrived at a barrier between Tibet and the Darim Basin, a section of the Kunlun mountain range. Kunlun was the mountain of 10,000 ancestors. It was the #1 sacred mountain in China. The Queen Mother of the West and the ancient immortals all came from here. In ancient China, it had the most revered and incomparable status. However, after Yi Fan walked around for a while, he found that it was ordinary and there was nothing special. He didn't go deep into Xinjiang, nor did he go to the section of Qinghai. He returned to the Tibetan area. This was because he didn't come to search for the secret of Kunlun. He only came to pursue Buddha. He didn't have any other thoughts. There was only sadness in his heart. How could he care about anything else? Yi Fan came to Sala. Even though he didn't believe in the afterlife, he still wanted to give it a try. The vast fluctuation not long ago made it hard for him to let go. He entered the Padala Palace. It was built against the mountain and had an imposing manner. Since ancient times, it had been the holy land of Buddhism in Tibet. It had an extraordinary status. Yi Fan went in and out of many palaces. They were all important places that were not open to the public. However, he was disappointed. He didn't sense that kind of breath and couldn't find it. Later, he entered the Jianghu Temple and the Shaozhou Temple. He still didn't find anything in these two holy temples. There was only a trace of pure psyche power, but it couldn't be comparable to what he sensed not long ago. One should know that the vastness was awe-inspiring. It was really comparable to Mount Meru. It was like a boundless ocean surging. Not long after, he entered Siji Temple, Yeba Temple, Zisong Temple, Senji Temple, and other places. They were all the most famous ancient temples and holy temples. However, he still didn't find anything. Yi Fan found that even today, there were people who worshipped Buddha. They had devout faith. They didn't burn incense, worship Buddha, or pray for peace. Unfortunately, he didn't see a single cultivator. Maybe there were some unknown ancient temples, but he didn't have the mood to look for them. Yi Fan walked through the vast uninhabited area and revealed a strange expression. He occasionally saw some devout Tibetans. They were all very excited and said that Buddha was coming to the world. He was very puzzled and asked around. Some said that the pure land of Buddha was opened and he sensed the Buddha's power. Some said that the Buddha was revived in the Saha world. Some said that the Buddhism was opened and the Dharma was revealed to the world. Yi Fan shook his head and turned to leave. Although he was still very sad, he walked out of his inner world. He knew that there were still things waiting for him to do. He walked through a large area of the uninhabited area and saw some dilapidated ancient temples. They had long become ruins. He didn't expect to feel such strong waves in these places. Something's not right. Yi Fan suddenly felt that when he was sad like a mortal, he didn't feel anything. However, when he became a little more clear-headed and sensed carefully, there was something different in this land. It was actually suffocating him. It was targeting cultivators. He couldn't help but look up at the sky and muttered to himself, "Is it Spirited Mountain or Kunlun Mountain? I'll have to find out in the future." However, when he thought about how he couldn't even protect his parents after cultivating to this level, he became disheartened. Even if he could find the secret land, what use would it be? The path to immortality was rugged. Whether it was to cut the Tao or to prove the Tao, he had to give up too much. However, in the end, he couldn't even protect his family. In the end, it really seemed meaningless. Yi Fan walked back and was about to leave the Tibet area. When he passed by a stone mountain, he saw the ruins of an ancient temple. He suddenly felt that something was spying on him. He turned around and walked towards the ruins of the ancient temple. He stared at a stone Buddha and approached it step by step. He felt that it was a bit inconceivable. In this age of Dharma, he encountered a creature with Tao. Whoosh! Behind the stone Buddha, a purple light rushed out and entered the stone mountain. Yi Fan raised his head and climbed up the stone mountain that was over 100 meters in one step. He stared at a stone cave that was the size of a bowl. There was a palm-sized stone Buddha that blocked half of the cave entrance. Chapter 941. The cave was extremely dry and smooth. Animals often entered and exited, all of them polished until they shone. The small stone Buddha was placed at the side of the cave entrance, able to block out the wind and rain. Rumble! One could see a pair of large bright eyes in the cave. They were a bit scared, but also a bit curious as they moved about. This was a small creature. For it to have such extraordinary cultivation in this cultivationless age, it truly exceeded Yi Fan's expectations. It couldn't be helped but be called a miracle. "Come out, I won't harm you." Yi Fan released a strand of his divine consciousness. The little thing in the cave had extraordinary cultivation, so it naturally developed intelligence and understood the intent of his divine consciousness. However, it was still a bit timid, because it could sense how powerful this person was. He could actually stay in the air for a long time. This was something it couldn't do. In the end, it still stuck its head out, almost as if it was trying to curry favor. It blinked its large eyes and extended a pair of small claws, carefully standing at the cave entrance. What kind of race was this little creature? Yi Fan was astonished. He actually didn't recognize it at first. It was a foot long, and if its fluffy tail was added, it would be 2 feet. Its entire body flickered with purple light like satin. Its purple fur was long and supple, making one want to touch it. It was a bit excessively beautiful. It might even be able to kill a few young ladies who like to raise small pets. A sable? Yi Fan was bewildered. He then shook his head. It didn't look like one, and it looked even cuter than a sable. Squirrel. In the end, he confirmed it. He was extremely astonished. It was truly rare for a squirrel to grow like this. Its entire body was translucent like amethyst, excessively exquisite. Its pair of eyes were like two black gems, and they were extremely large. They blinked pitifully, flickering with radiance. It really is a strange species. How did you cultivate to this level? Yi Fan sat on top of the mountain and picked up the small Buddha. It was unexpectedly heavy. He was quite astonished. The seemingly crude little Buddha was only the height of a palm, yet it weighed 1,000 jin. It was impossible for a normal person to pick it up. He knew that he made an error in judgment. This was definitely a treasure, or else how could it be so heavy? On the ground, the mystical Komatsu mouse stood upright and looked at the stone Buddha with some reluctance, as if it had lost its most beloved treasure. However, it did not dare to resist and looked down at its little paws. For the first time in many days, Yi Fan smiled faintly and said, "Do you think I would steal your treasure?" When the little thing heard this, it immediately became spirited. It blinked its big eyes in a flattering manner and bowed with its pair of small claws, as if it was bowing. There were almost no squirrels on Earth that were purple, except for a few mutated ones that had a light color. However, this one was sparkling like an amethyst, and every soft hair on its body was shining with purple light. Since it was so special, if it was sold as a pet, it would definitely attract everyone's attention. Just how powerful are you? Show me. Yi Fan sat on the stone mountain. This little thing's big eyes were sparkling like a child showing off a treasure. It worked hard and waited for him to praise it. Whoosh! It turned into a beam of purple light and rushed into the sky, about 100 meters away. Then, it wobbled and took a dozen steps in the air before it could not hold on any longer and quickly fell down. The first secret plane of the human body was the Sea of Reincarnation. There were 4 small planes, namely the Bitter Sea, Life River, Divine Bridge, and Permi. As long as one reached the Life River stage, they would be able to fly. In comparison, although the demon clan was different, there was not much difference in comparison. This little thing wobbled around. It was obvious that it had just entered Taoism. Compared to the saints of the demon race, it was like heaven and earth. However, to be able to do this on earth was already not bad. The great path could not be sensed. To be able to cultivate to this level, it could be said to be a shocking anomaly. Moreover, Yi Fan looked at it seriously. This little thing was far more mystical than he had imagined. It was far beyond the Life River stage and had already broken through the Sea of Reincarnation to enter the second secret plane of the palace. Of course, this was according to the human classification system. Earth is really scary. Even the cultivators of the palace are suppressed to the point that they cannot fly for long distances. They can only rush out 100 meters before they can't hold on any longer. At the same time, he could not help but be surprised. This purple squirrel was extraordinary. This was a heaven-defying little demon that had grown up in a situation where the great path did not allow it. Yi Fan tried to sense the essence of heaven and earth, but in a very large area, he could only capture a few strands. It was too thin. To be able to cultivate to this level under such circumstances, was it the son of the demon emperor? He immediately revealed a strange expression, wanting to see through this little thing. The purple Komatsu squirrel was immediately afraid. It held up the stone Buddha with its little paws and with a pitiful expression, it handed it over to him, trying to please him. "I will not steal your things. I just want to know, how do you cultivate?" The purple squirrel shook its fluffy tail and put down the stone Buddha. It pointed at the head of the Buddha and then at the sky. This puzzled Yi Fan. He had already seen the stone Buddha. Other than its sturdiness and weight, he did not find anything else. Not long after, the sky darkened and stars dotted the sky. A silver plate appeared. At this time, something strange happened to the stone Buddha. A halo of Buddha light appeared behind its head, formed by the essence of the moon. "I see, you rely on it to cultivate." Yi Fan nodded. The purple Komatsu squirrel breathed in and out to the moon. After being transformed by the halo behind the head of the stone Buddha, its essence was filled with mysterious marks of the Tao. This was the reason why it could be close to the Great Path. The moonlight was originally very scattered, but after being guided by the stone Buddha, the light spots in this area multiplied countless times and were all absorbed by this little thing. This is really a strange treasure. I can't believe I couldn't see through it. Although the Qi practitioners have all left Earth, they still left behind some mysterious things. In the latter half of the night, this little thing pulled on the corner of Yi Fan's hair and timidly invited him to go with it, as if it wanted to do something. Yi Fan was surprised. He followed it down the mountain and arrived in front of the ruins of the ancient temple. There was a huge crack in the foundation that led underground. The Komatsu squirrel jumped down with Yi Fan following behind. After a few turns and tens of meters, he was immediately shocked. He actually saw a huge dragon head that looked exactly like a real dragon. This made him incomparably shocked. How could such a thing appear? Even in the Big Dipper star region, ancestral veins that stretched for millions of miles might not be born. It was even more impossible for Earth to have such a large territory. This was an ancestral root under the Earth. It had turned into the shape of a dragon and revealed a stone dragon head. However, it was already dead, which meant that this vein had lost its spirituality. Earth was in the degenerate age, so it was normal to have no spirituality. However, there shouldn't be a lifelike stone dragon. In such a limited territory, it was absolutely impossible for such a lifelike stone dragon to be born. Yi Fan used his powerful divine sense to explore and was shocked to find that this dead stone dragon only belonged to this area and didn't extend far. What's going on? Could it be that Earth in ancient times was much vaster than it is now? In front of the dragon's mouth, there was a small broken earthen jar. There was a small amount of sparkling and translucent liquid inside, and wisps of refreshing fragrance wafted out. The little purple creature ran forward and carefully lifted it up. It raised it for Yi Fan to drink, but it didn't live up to his expectations and swallowed a mouthful of saliva. It was obvious that it was also very hopeful. Yi Fan picked up the small earthen jar and sniffed it. A strange expression appeared on his face. This was the spiritual milk of the earth. It was too rare to find such a thing on Earth today, but it was useless to him. This was the liquid that dripped from the dragon's mouth. It would take about half a month to accumulate half a bowl. He let out a light sigh. This dragon was completely dead, and this was the last of its dragon saliva. Yi Fan returned the earthen jar to it. The little creature was a little confused, but then it blinked its large black gem-like eyes and still sincerely offered it to him to drink. During this process, it secretly swallowed a mouthful of saliva. It was obvious that this was very precious to it. I don't need it. Yi Fan communicated with it with his divine will and asked if there were any other beast species that knew how to cultivate. He felt that it was pure and kind, so he didn't invade its soul with his divine will. This purple Komatsu couldn't speak, but its divine will was still able to communicate fairly clearly. It had never left this area and had never seen a creature with cultivation. At the same time, Yi Fan also learned of its origin. This thing pointed to a cave not far away, and there was a small skeleton that belonged to a squirrel. To be exact, it was its mother. Scenes appeared in Yi Fan's mind. A vicious bird swooped down, and a squirrel protected its cub and fled with all its might. In the end, it still suffered heavy injuries and could only pick up one cub with its mouth and escape into a crack in the ground, arriving here. Not long after, the injured squirrel died, and the cub crawled about wildly. It grew up licking the dripping spiritual milk under the dragon's head. Yi Fan sighed softly. This little thing wasn't human, but just a small creature. However, it still made him sigh because he had just been separated from his parents forever. However, the purple little thing pointed to the cave where its mother's remains were buried. It was carefree and didn't know what sorrow was, and it had an innocent look on its face. Yi Fan took out a piece of divine source, and suddenly essence energy overflowed in all directions, illuminating the entire cave. The purple squirrel was almost scared stiff. It put down the small earthen jar and timidly took a few steps back. Don't be afraid, this is for you. Yi Fan handed it over. In this era where the spiritual energy of heaven and earth was scarce, a piece of divine source was priceless to low-level cultivators. The little thing slowly came back to its senses and recognized that it was a rare treasure. It immediately hugged it in its arms and was extremely happy. It heartlessly rolled around under the dragon's head. "Are you willing to leave this place with me?" Yi Fan saw such a cultivated little thing, and after spending some time with it, he temporarily forgot his sorrow and wanted to take it with him. This purple crystal-like squirrel was startled. It had never thought of leaving and was full of attachment to this place. After arriving at the stone mountain, it looked at the bright moon and the dilapidated ancient temple, and it didn't know what to do. "Forget it," Yi Fan said, rising to his feet and turning to leave. "People need to live freely. You're the same. Just stay here and cultivate." As if a ray of wisdom had crossed its mind, the purple little thing caught up to him and grabbed his trousers. It raised its head pitifully, and although it was reluctant, it still decided to leave. Yi Fan helped it put away the small stone Buddha. Stepping on the moonlight, he flew across the sky like an immortal and left Tibet. "From now on, you will be my second disciple." The purple little thing was puzzled, but it was still very happy and laughed without a care in the world. In a trance, Yi Fan saw a ray of divinity in the purple radiance that was overflowing from its body. He couldn't help but say to himself, "Demon Emperor." After saying this, he was shocked to find that the stone Buddha in his hand had also trembled. In that instant, the divine halo behind the stone Buddha's head seemed to have turned into a stone mirror. After looking carefully, there was nothing. The purple Komatsu squirrel was still so cute, and the stone Buddha was also so simple. Yi Fan, however, was silent for a moment. On the way back, Yi Fan tried 100 times and finally, he probed the inside of the stone Buddha with his divine sense. There was nothing else but a few golden ancient characters. They were ancient Sanskrit, and they looked like a few Buddhas sitting cross-legged. He didn't know what they meant and was ready to investigate to find out what they were. Yi Fan returned to Bi City again. Although he was still sad, he felt better after going to Tibet. He forced himself to bury his sadness because he still had some things to do. Back then, before he set foot on the journey back, he discussed with Pang Bo that he would visit the homes of all his classmates who were lost in the Beidou Star region and take care of them on their behalf. "Pang Bo, I naturally believe in you. I have always treated you as a good brother who has gone through thick and thin with me." Before ascending the five-colored altar, Pang Bo suddenly left. Then, Li Xiaomen said that he was a great evil, but Yi Fan didn't believe it. Even if there was something strange about Pang Bo, the friendship that had gone through thick and thin with him could not be fake. After returning to Bi City, Yi Fan first treated Su Qiong's family to a meal. In this world, he didn't want to reveal too much of his supernatural power, lest it was too shocking. Moreover, he always felt that the earth was too mysterious, and he was afraid that someone was looking down on everything in the world. He asked Su Qiong to help him quickly find out where the families of some of his classmates were. In the process, he also handed the ancient Sanskrit characters on the stone Buddha to Yang Shao and asked him to find someone to decipher it. Not long after, Yang Shao really found someone to translate it for him and gave him the result. This surprised Yi Fan. Chapter 942. This is not Sanskrit in the general sense. It is extremely old. It should be the ancient rune of the origin of this kind of writing. It can't be verified, but it is the prototype of Sanskrit. Therefore, it is difficult to translate accurately. Yang Shao asked a friend to ask an authoritative Sanskrit textual scholar in India to decipher it, and then he could barely translate it. This is the prototype of Sanskrit, but it also gives birth to several meanings because it is too different from the Sanskrit of later generations. A few words contain many meanings, which makes people have a headache. Consummation of enlightenment and movement was one of the translations. The gate of wisdom is the second possible meaning. The sacred object that opens the way of heaven and earth is the third translation, which is the most peculiar and puzzling. Yi Fan was in a daze. He couldn't help but be shocked. This unremarkable little stone Buddha seemed to have a great background, and it was beyond his imagination. The first meaning, perfect enlightenment, obviously refers to Buddha. Self-awareness, other awareness, and enlightenment are three realms. Mortals have no three realms. Bodhisattva reaches the second realm, self-awakening and enlightening all living beings. Only when Buddha reaches perfection, he can cut off all worldly thoughts and ignorance. The second meaning, gate of wisdom, this is a general statement, and there is a line of translation annotation, but it is really to open a door. It is suspected to lead to Spirited Mountain. This annotation is more surprising than the original translation. Yi Fan is moved. He just came back from Tibet, and for a moment he felt a vast wave, no weaker than Mount Meru. From the whirling world to Spirited Mountain, this is a kind of annotation that makes people shudder. It is very mysterious. Can this little stone Buddha really lead to a secret place? It is thought-provoking. The third meaning, the sacred object that opens the way of heaven and earth. This is a very mysterious statement, just a vague translation, and even the translator himself is not sure, so there is not much elaboration. Yi Fan is surprised. He did not expect this little stone Buddha to be so mysterious. Why was it left in an uninhabited area, like an abandoned thing? Yang Xiao looks strange. Ordinary Sanskrit is fine, but this kind of ancient rune is rarely seen in India. Only 1 or 2 national treasures are engraved with it. He asks him how he got it, and reminds him kindly and carefully that the country is very strict with the supervision of cultural relics. Yi Fan was helpless. Since he gave out a few small gifts, Yang Xiao judged that it had a history of more than 2,000 years. He probably regarded him as a reseller of cultural relics. Su Qiong gave Yi Fan a phone and helped him save her number. After so many years, Yi Fan was in a daze when he held this communication tool again. He was not used to it. Living in the mortal world was naturally inseparable from money. No matter what one did, money was needed. The things he had on him were too shocking, and any one of them could cause a lot of trouble. Left with no choice, he took out a white jade bottle, wiped away the Tao marks and divinity on it, crushed it into dozens of pieces, and handed them to Su Qiong, asking her to use her connections to help auction them. Although Su Qiong was already mentally prepared, she was still shocked to see such a flawless psychic jade destroyed just like that. When she entrusted it to be auctioned off, during the appraisal process, the old master beat his chest and stamped his feet. He was incomparably pained, and said that this was a sin. Such a precious treasure was actually broken, and this was an immeasurable loss for the jade shop. This was a crime. Su Qiong was numb. She had seen Yi Fan burn a pile of treasures even more mysterious than this in the cemetery. It was almost like a dream, and the few ornaments she wore on her body were even more bizarre. Her flesh, blood, organs, and bones seemed to be undergoing a baptism every day. Yi Fan put away his sorrow and went to do some things that he should do. He visited the families of his former classmates, and if they needed help, he would definitely lend a hand. Half of his classmates had been buried on Mars star more than 20 years ago, and the rest were lost in the Big Dipper star region. After so many years, he was the only one who came back alive. Parents in the world were pitiful. It was a great sorrow when the old sent the young off. Even after so many years, some families still could not walk out of the shadow. In that era, most families only had one child, and losing a child was equivalent to losing everything. Yi Fan sighed softly. The tragedy was not only in his family, but in the 11 families he found, several elderly people had already passed away. More than 20 years had passed, and most of these elderly people were in their 70s or 80s. In this era, medical science had made considerable progress, so this could not be considered a long life. There was no other reason for this. Back in Big Dipper, Yi Fan and Lu Yunji were mortal enemies, but this matter concerned his family. After returning, he also went to visit Lu Yunji, Wang Yan, and Li Changqing's families. If they needed care, he would not stand by and watch. Most of the families had decent living conditions, and only a few had some difficulties. What really troubled them was the scar in their hearts, especially in their later years. But Yi Fan could not help them. He had no way to resurrect those people, and he had no way to bring back the few who were still alive. All he could do was secretly put spirit medicine in their food and drink to strengthen their muscles and bones, cleanse their flesh, and extend their lifespan. Then, he would think of a way to change their living conditions. However, he did not know if this was the right thing to do. Even if their lifespans had increased, there was no joy in their hearts. Was this good or bad? There are still a few people who can come back. Yi Fan muttered to himself, and then he sighed softly. The 5-colored altar was in the depths of the Yuhua God dynasty's ancestral temple. Countless cultivators rushed in to fight for the green cauldron, immortal scriptures, and so on. It could be said to be extremely dangerous. At that time, even he was not sure that he could return. All he did was try his best. At that time, he and Pang Bo did not bring Zhang Wenchang and Louis with them. They wanted to make sure that there was no danger before making a decision, so that the two of them would not take the risk with them. In fact, they found the coordinates of Earth in the ancestral temple and immediately handed them to the Black Emperor and the others. When the time came, they could hand them over to Louis and Zhang Wenchang and cross back to Earth. Many years later, there will still be people who will return. However, Yi Fan did not know that after he left, Desolate appeared. The only divine array that led to the altar was destroyed by him. Without that teleportation array, it was almost impossible to rely on one's own strength to enter the ancient desolate forbidden land and ascend the five-colored altar. Crossing the sky had become a legend. To Yi Fan, why Pang Bo suddenly left was still a mystery. He still did not understand, but he believed that there must be an irreversible reason. The families of more than half of his classmates were found. He did everything he could, even at the expense of shocking the world, to cure those who were in critical condition and reverse the situation and revive them. When Yi Fan went to look for Zhang Wenchang's family, he had mixed feelings. He still remembered the sorrow of Zhang Wenchang on the other side of the starry sky. He was in his 20s, but he looked like an old man in his 60s or 70s. His aptitude was not good, and he was often bullied by his fellow disciples. He was called a half-crippled old man. In the end, he was even forced to open a small tavern to make a living. He was quiet all day long, as if he had no soul. Even when he was bullied by others, he silently endured it. Back then, Yi Fan killed 10 people in a fit of anger, and finally sent him to the Taishan Clumsy Peak, which finally changed his fate. However, he knew that Zhang Wenchang could not be happy. He was depressed, and he missed his parents all the time. He still remembered one time when he was drunk and cried bitterly on the table. When I left, my wife was already pregnant, and our child was about to be born. When she needed me most, I disappeared and came here. Those sad words were still ringing in his ears. Yi Fan shook his head hard. More than 20 years had passed, and Yi Fan saw Zhang Wenchang's son. The two looked very similar, which made Yi Fan lose his mind. If only Zhang Wenchang was here. The child that he thought about day and night had already been born. Because of the nature of father and son, this young man did not like to talk much, but he had a sharp mind. When he saw Yi Fan, he immediately called out his name. I have seen you. There is a photo of you in the relics left by my father. Is my father still alive? He was shocked and could not wait to ask. Yi Fan nodded. He was happy for Zhang Wenchang, but also sad for him. His wife loved him very much. After giving birth to this child, she did not abandon his old parents. My stepfather was an orphan. My mother married him so that she could treat me better and take care of my grandparents. Hearing this, Yi Fan had mixed feelings. He was happy for Zhang Wenchang, but also sad for him. My father disappeared, but I know that my mother must have had a good relationship with him. She could not forget him for so many years, and sometimes she would be alone in a daze. There were too many helplessness in this world. Life could not be chosen again. Zhang Wenchang had left this world. These could only make people feel sorry and helpless. My stepfather was a good person. He treated me, my grandparents, and me very well. Our family could be considered happy. Zhang Yi cried, but he was very rational. He did not cry or scream. He asked about every detail of his father in that world again and again. When Zhang Yi heard Yi Fan talk about how his father was unhappy and how he cried after getting drunk, saying that he missed his wife and son and felt that he had let them down, Zhang Yi cried and choked. Although he didn't raise me, I don't blame him because he couldn't do it himself. He didn't abandon us on purpose. Actually, I also miss him very much. Because my mother said that he was really good. What was wrong was only the starry sky, only fate. Yi Fan patted his shoulder and did not say anything. All he could do was to tell the truth. Are you an immortal? Can you bring me to see him? Zhang Yi asked hopefully. Yi Fan shook his head and said, I can't even go back myself. Today I have said too much. Your life is very good now, and I should not disturb your peace. In a while, I will erase some of your memories. Happiness, peace, and happiness. I think this is what your father wanted to see the most. No, you can't do this. A middle-aged woman walked over agitatedly. This was Zhang Wenchang's wife. Yi Fan raised his head. He had already sensed her arrival, so he was not surprised. You have no right to erase our right to know. No matter what happens in the future, no matter what the result is, this will always be a precious memory in our hearts. Zhang Wenchang's wife said with tears in her eyes. Yi Fan had seen her several times in the past and had even attended their wedding banquet. In the blink of an eye, more than 20 years had passed, but the people had changed. Yi Fan, you and Wenchang are good friends. Can you really be so heartless to let us be ignorant and erase everything? You must know that these are precious memories to us. Zhang Wenchang's wife cried. Yes, these will not disturb our lives. We can't erase these memories. Zhang Yi retreated and supported his mother. Yi Fan did not know how he left. He walked silently along the way. He did not erase the memories of the mother and son. They were right. That would be too heartless. They had the right to know. When he left behind some small tools and 2 bottles of spirit medicine. He did not know what else he could do. A melodious ringtone sounded. It was Su Qiong calling. He pressed the answer button, and just as he placed the phone beside his ear, Yi Fan woke up with a start. His expression changed and he said, "What? You are saying that Pang Bo?" Chapter 943. Pang Bo didn't leave Earth. When he heard this news, Yi Fan was as still as a statue. He was completely petrified and looked at the sky in a daze. Who had gone through thick and thin with him all these years? Who had fought alongside him? Who had swept across the world with him? Who had gone through thick and thin with him? Yi Fan's body turned cold. How could such a loyal friend be fake? If that was the case, who else could he trust in this world? His heart felt empty. If Pang Bo hadn't left Earth and crossed the starry sky with him, how terrifying and shocking would this be? If this was really the case, then who was the person who rode the coffin with him? Had they been there since Mount Tai? Did they set off together from this world? There's one more person. Yi Fan muttered to himself. He still remembered that scene clearly. During the head count, there was one more person in the bronze coffin. At that time, everyone was shocked, but he was the first to recognize Pang Bo. There was no other reason. He believed in Pang Bo. He believed in the feeling at that time and didn't feel that it was fake. All these years. Who is he? What's the benefit of continuing to act? Yi Fan felt a chill in his bones. All of this was difficult for him to accept. How could a good brother who had gone through thick and thin with him be fake? There was a problem. I don't believe it. He has no ill intentions towards me and knows everything about me. How can he know so much about me if it's not my real body? Yi Fan got rid of his sadness. His whole body tensed up and he clenched his fists. Although he had returned to Earth, he couldn't relax. He had to break through this fog. He broke free from the shadow of his parents' death and looked into the distance. It was as if he was in the Big Dipper. His heart had advanced to the realm of battle. Yi Fan went south to uncover the truth and see which was real. From the bottom of his heart, he didn't want to believe that there was still a Pang Bo on Earth. Otherwise, there would be no one in this world he could trust. The address of Pang Bo's home had long changed. Otherwise, he wouldn't need Su Qiong's help to find it. He would have gone there himself. Many things had changed in the past 20 years. They had moved away from their original city. Yi Fan arrived at N City and found his destination according to the information he had obtained not long ago. He stood on the rooftop of a building and silently sensed. Sending his powerful spiritual sense into the building, he was shocked to see Pang Bo's parents. His father was tall and sturdy. Although he was almost 80 years old and looked old, one could see how powerful he had been when he was young. Pang Bo had inherited his father's physique, which was 2 heads taller than ordinary people. His mother's hair was white, and her body was not very good. She seemed to be lacking in blood energy, and there was a gloomy expression on her face. However, Pang Bo was nowhere to be seen. There were only 2 old people in the not-so-small room. However, it was obvious that there was a couple living there, as well as a young man. That's Pang Bo's elder brother and sister-in-law. They're 2 or 3 years older than him. The other one should be his nephew. They're not at home right now. Why doesn't he have his own room? Yi Fan looked puzzled. He inwardly apologized and then turned into a beam of light and entered the living room. He concealed his figure and searched carefully, but he couldn't find any traces of Pang Bo's life. Suddenly, his expression shook as he saw a photo frame. It was a black and white photo of Pang Bo that was specially used for the dead. Yi Fan felt as if he had been struck by lightning. How was this possible? Pang Bo hadn't left Earth, but he was already dead. This was his best friend. No matter where he was, he didn't want anything to happen to him. All of a sudden, he was stunned on the spot and couldn't accept this fact. His body was trembling. His parents had passed away, and even his best friend had passed away? Little Bo's death anniversary is coming soon. How fast? 10 years have passed in the blink of an eye. Pang Bo's father sighed. Yi Fan was dumbfounded. Pang Bo had been dead for 10 years. How did he die? He couldn't believe it. One had to know that the two of them had the best physiques when they were in school. How could they die so young? 20 years ago, Little Bo didn't go to Mount Cheng and escaped this calamity. But who would have thought that the heavens had made up their minds and couldn't avoid it? Sighed. His mother wiped away her tears and walked over to wipe the frame of her glasses. The 10 years of death anniversary was coming soon. This brat. Pang Bo's father said softly. Then, he didn't say anything else and sat there smoking in silence. Sorry for the offense, Yi Fan said softly. He extended his divine sense into the two old men's sea of consciousness to investigate everything. After a quarter of an hour, he left and stood on the rooftop of the building absent-mindedly. He couldn't believe everything. Pang Bo's death was very strange. He was actually killed by lightning in the wilderness. No wonder his mother was lamenting. Even if he had escaped the calamity of Mount Cheng, the heavens wouldn't let him go. Yi Fan was completely dumbfounded. Everything had exceeded his expectations. He muttered to himself, Heavens, what's wrong with you? Even if Pang Bo's real body is on Earth and he didn't ride the coffin, you can't be so cruel. He didn't know how he left this place. Before he knew it, he had arrived at the cemetery area of N City. Looking at the rows of tombstones, he felt that his feet were very heavy. Now, he was really afraid to enter such a place. The most painful thing in this world was to be separated by life and death. It had only been a few days, and he had encountered it again. In a place with verdant pines and cypresses, Yi Fan found Pang Bo's tombstone. He stood there silently for a long time before putting down the large bouquet of white flowers in his hand. I really can't believe you left. Yi Fan sat on the ground, took out a bottle of wine, and poured it all on the ground. Then, he lit a few cigarettes and took a puff before putting them in front of the tombstone. How could this be? Everything is like a dream. I often wonder if everything in the Big Dipper star region is real. Now that I've woken up, it's so cruel. Yi Fan sat in front of the tombstone and lit a cigarette for himself. After leaving Earth for so long, after more than 20 years, he once again experienced the emptiness that lingered in the smoke. He was very silent and sat there for a long time. After smoking an entire pack of cigarettes, he said to himself, To be honest, I can't believe you're dead. Then, there was another period of silence. He was thinking very seriously. As if he had suddenly thought it through, he suddenly stood up and threw a cigarette but on the ground. To be exact, I don't believe that you're the real Pang Bo. My friend is still alive and hasn't returned. Yi Fan's eyes were sharp, and his spirit, qi, and spirit were boiling. It was as if he was preparing for a big battle. He was showing off his abilities, which was a world of difference from his decadent self these days. This is a battle, and I'll drag you out. Putting aside the true nature of that Pang Bo from the Big Dipper star region and how they treated each other with sincerity, Chu Feng could see a few suspicious points from what he had seen in his parents' minds. First, his death was too strange. How could he have been struck by lightning? Moreover, his face was ferocious when he died, and he was completely out of shape. 10 years ago, it scared many people. Second, his temperament was different. According to what he had seen in his parents' minds, this Pang Bo's behavior was somewhat strange. Even the two old men had been confused. Third, why did he quit his job and go to ancient sites and mountains all year round, Yet he had an endless supply of money? Fourth, why was he so persistent, asking the two old men about their blood relatives and visiting them one by one? Even though they hadn't contacted each other for many years, he still visited them. In short, many of his words and actions made the two old men suspicious. They didn't understand why. They only remembered that he seemed to be drunk once and said that their family had demonic god blood in their bodies. Of course, that time, the old man slapped him and woke him up, scolding him for spouting nonsense. Earth is far more complicated than I thought. Yi Fan returned to Pang Bo's home and sensed carefully. As expected, he found that this tall and sturdy old man's vitality was very vigorous, surpassing that of ordinary people. No wonder Pang Bo is so tall and strong. His arms are thicker than other people's legs. Could it be that he really has ancient demonic blood in his body? No wonder the descendants of the Qing the Arch wanted to take over his body. Yi Fan muttered to himself. Pang Bo's father and brother's vitality was a little strong, but it wasn't enough to surprise him. It seemed that this also depended on the person. Perhaps only a few people could return to their ancestors. Pang Bo can cultivate the Qing Thearka's ancient scripture. Could it be that the blood in his body has recovered? Yi Fan stayed in N City for a few days and understood enough about the situation. He helped Pang Bo's parents improve their physique and washed their flesh and bones with spirit medicine many times, but he didn't show himself. This time, he didn't collect enough evidence and couldn't be 100% sure that the person who died was a fake Pang Bo. Hence, after leaving, he began to use all his power to investigate. Did he go to Mount Tai back then? It was undoubtedly impossible to go to Mount Tai to verify it. After so many years, who could remember? He investigated and found the company where Pang Bo had worked in back then. He wanted to find some of his colleagues back then and ask for some clues. Unfortunately, the relevant people had already left. It had to be said that if an ordinary person couldn't find it at all, it would be like looking for a needle in a haystack. However, Yi Fan wasn't an ordinary person. Although it took a lot of effort, he finally found it. He secretly looked through their dusty memories and finally found out that Pang Bo went to Mount Tai back then. It was a colleague who helped him book the plane ticket. Back then, something happened to Pang Bo's family. The real and fake Pang Bo had said so. However, the dead Pang Bo returned home on the day of the incident and said that he didn't go. However, the colleague who helped Pang Bo book the plane ticket had a different memory. When Pang Bo got off the plane and took a long-distance bus to the foot of Mount Tai, he had called him to express his gratitude. Yi Fan smiled. Although it took a lot of effort and the process was very troublesome and complicated, he finally found out that the dead Pang Bo was most likely fake. This was very meaningful to him. It was great news. Is there an ancient demon clan in this world? I want to see what you guys are up to. Not long after Yi Fan returned to B City, he received a call from Yang Xiao. He said something over there, and it turned out to be related to the small stone Buddha. According to him, the ancient runes shocked the authority of ancient Sanskrit last time, and he specially consulted his teacher. As a result, he didn't know how he alarmed a few mysterious gurus. They came to B City, and they want to see you no matter what. I really can't refuse them. Yang Xiao was in a difficult position. Isn't it just a few ancient Sanskrit characters? Is it necessary to lead them here from India? Yi Fan said. It was a few old monks who came. The people who accompanied them treated them like living Buddhas. They almost knelt there and worshipped them. It seemed that they had manifested some kind of miracle. But what era is this? Even if they have faith, it shouldn't be like this. Yang Xiao was a learned person, so he naturally didn't believe in this. A thought came to Yi Fan's mind. Hinduism was respected on the other side of Mount Tai, and Buddhism had long declined in the land of origin. How could there still be gurus coming from thousands of miles away? Could it be that there were still people in the world who could cultivate? This was also good. He was about to investigate everything about the fake Pang Bo. If he was really a hidden master, he could just follow the clues and understand everything on Earth today. Chapter 944. Yi Fan readily agreed and arranged a place to meet in 2 days. He wanted to see what kind of person this so-called master was and whether he could really manifest a miracle. B City had a long history. There were some historical sites in the city, but there was no lack of modern vitality. It was one of the largest cities in China, and after more than 20 years, it had become even more prosperous. Yi Fan walked on foot. There were people coming and going on the streets in an endless stream. After traveling for so many years, it felt like a lifetime had passed for him to walk in such a place again. Although he had been back for a few days, he had always been immersed in his own world and couldn't extricate himself. He had never seriously experienced the hustle and bustle of the city. It had to be said that B City was developing very quickly. Row upon row of high-rise buildings were built, and this famous pedestrian street was even wider. All kinds of brand stores were connected to each other, and there was an endless stream of people rubbing shoulders with one another. Suddenly Yi Fan saw a poster. On it was an exquisite mutton fat jade bottle that emitted a mysterious halo. It was truly like a divine artifact, magnificent to the extreme. He was startled. This was a cultivator's artifact. After a closer look, he couldn't help but be dumbfounded. Wasn't this the artifact he had crushed into a dozen pieces and entrusted to auction? After careful observation, he discovered that this was the publicity done by the Jianghu auction house. In order to maximize their profits, they had really put in a lot of effort. They had assembled the pristine jade bottle, but Yi Fan didn't allow it to be auctioned as a whole and could only be auctioned off piece by piece. There was nothing to say about the quality of this jade. Each piece was very expensive, but after two were auctioned off, they were very unwilling to give up. They made this kind of publicity, telling people that if they collected all of them, they could reassemble them into a pristine jade bottle. It had to be said that the effect was excellent. These days, it caused a great sensation in B City and quickly spread to other places. Now, it was hyped up like crazy, and there were posters everywhere. During these days, with the third and fourth pieces of mutton fat jade being auctioned off, the entire collection world was boiling over. This was a rare treasure, an astronomical price. Each piece of jade was auctioned off for a sky-high price, and the transaction amount was frighteningly high. All the major media outlets were reporting about it, and all the web portals were competing to expose it. This was indeed a rare mutton fat jade. Because Yi Fan had meticulously refined it in the past, there was not a single flaw in it. Just from an aesthetic point of view, it was indeed a rare fine product. However, this was not the main reason why it was auctioned off at such a high price. Everything was due to the power of hype. And now, the price of this mysterious mutton fat jade bottle was comparable to a national treasure. The methods of the Guardian auction house were very sophisticated. They fully exploited the psychology of the people, allowing the real rich to experience the excitement and sense of accomplishment of collecting all the pieces, making the price even higher than when they were undamaged. At the same time, they displayed all kinds of information, such as Buddhist stone carvings, Anata pictures from ancient books, to explain that this vase was exactly the same as the legendary Guanyin jade vase. This kind of explanation was undoubtedly very attractive. Although it was impossible for it to be true, it still made people feel very peaceful. If such a precious bottle was placed on the table, there would be a kind of indescribable comfort. Maybe it really is a precious vase left behind by Guanyin Bodhisattva. Have any of you seen such a flawless piece of jade? It's such a big piece, and there's not even a trace of impurity. It can be said to be a miracle. Even the common people were talking about it. One could imagine how successful the hype created by the Guardian auction house was. And this kind of heated discussion climbed to the highest point because of the Indian gurus. Several old monks entered the auction house and saw the broken vase, and their faces all changed. They excitedly chanted Buddha Shakyamuni. This scene was taken by someone and posted on the internet. Naturally, it caused an uproar. Some people recognized that one of the old monks was an Indian guru. Nowadays, although Buddhism was declining in India and the number of believers was less than 1% of the population, it still had a certain base number. The precious vase left behind by Guanyin Bodhisattva in the human world was a new topic of hype. The price of the fragments of the mutton fat jade bottle kept rising. Yi Fan was stunned and speechless. This was not his original intention, otherwise he wouldn't have crushed it. He didn't think that things would develop to this point, so he could only shake his head. 2 days later, Yi Fan met the 4 gurus in an antique tea house, accompanied by a group of people. This was the first time they met, and Yi Fan was a little dazed. He found that one of the Indian gurus was proficiently using a mobile phone to talk to someone. It was very difficult to communicate with a cultivator. The translator explained that the gurus had encountered an extraordinary event and was urging India to send a large sum of money. They were going to bid for a jade bottle. Yi Fan was petrified. Even the things he created were international. This was really unexpected. After a little probing, he could tell that the 4 gurus could barely be considered cultivators. They had already opened the sea of bitterness, and only one of them had stepped into the life spring realm. He shook his head. They were already so old, and it was impossible for them to break through the first secret realm of the human body, the sea of reincarnation. Regarding this, he did not look down on them. On the contrary, he respected them. Because in this age of chaos, it was really not easy to walk the path of cultivation. It was amazing to have such achievements. If it was in the Big Dipper Star region, these people would most likely have great achievements. They would be gurus in name and be respected by the people. Gurus, why are you interested in the jade bottle? Yi Fan asked casually. That is an enchanted item. Even though it is damaged and the technique is no longer there, it still makes us yearn for it, an old monk answered, and someone translated from the side. Yi Fan nodded. Even though these people's cultivation was not high enough, they still had the knowledge to recognize that it was an enchanted item. It seemed that the jade bottle might cause some trouble because of this. These old monks were already over 100 years old, especially the gurus who had stepped into the life spring realm. He was already 120 years old, but they were all hale and hearty. They were naturally different from the ordinary people. These people were very humble. They were monks in name and in reality. They did not talk about magical powers, but rather about Buddhist scriptures. The so-called miracle was said by the translator. He said that when he was in India, he once saw a guru single-handedly stop an elephant's leg and save a child. He also saw an old monk sitting cross-legged in the air, not moving at all, even though it was only for a short moment. Other than that, he once saw an old monk's mouth and nose emitting white light that penetrated a steel plate. Yi Fan nodded and did not say anything. The age of chaos was a sorrowful one for cultivators. These people could be said to be a few ascetic cultivators among millions of people. They had reached this step completely through great perseverance. He sighed lightly. It seemed that it was too difficult to find a true cultivator on earth. Not long after, the old monks directly talked about the ancient Sanskrit words. Their expressions were solemn and serious, and there was even a hint of piety. The authority of ancient Sanskrit also came. He turned out to be a disciple of a guru. He was very famous in the field of ancient literature, but he was very respectful in front of the gurus. The gurus verified and asked Yi Fan where he obtained the ancient Sanskrit words. This was of great significance to them. You guys recognize these words, what do they mean? Yi Fan asked. The gurus did not speak, remembering that monks did not lie. They did not want to deceive Yi Fan, but they felt that this matter was of great importance and did not dare to say too much. In the end, a guru asked the group of followers to leave, leaving only the authority of ancient language behind. He was also proficient in Chinese and could act as an interpreter. My teacher said that their true meaning is that they can open the road to Spirited Mountain. The Spirited Mountain where the ancient bodhisattvas and Buddhas lived? Yi Fan's eyes lit up. The old monks nodded. Do you believe that such a place exists? Yi Fan asked seriously. Yes, it is in the Western land, but after the last bodhisattvas and Buddhas passed away, that place could not be opened. A guru said that this was a secret passed down by the senior monks of the past generations. Is it the primitive Taoist field of Buddhism? It seems that there may really be a mysterious place, vast and not inferior to Mount Meru. I felt it last time in Tibet. Yi Fan thought to himself. The old monks begged bitterly, wanting to see the sacred object inscribed with the ancient words. Yi Fan sighed. Even if he took out the small stone Buddha, they did not have a strong spiritual sense to examine it. Even he had to expend a great deal of effort to enter the Buddha's body. He did not agree immediately, but asked a few questions. He wanted to know if there were any ancient cultivation sects on Earth today. However, The gurus were confused and shook their heads. They did not know. Have you not come into contact with such people? They are those who have cultivation and are like gods in the eyes of mortals. Yi Fan did not give up. They immediately nodded, saying that there were such people. The guru who had reached the life spring realm said that his teacher might know something because he himself was almost like that kind of person. According to him, the old monk had already lived for more than 190 years. His cultivation was much higher than his, and he had seen many mysteries in his life. My teacher said that there is Buddha in the West and demons in the Middle Earth. Yi Fan heard this and immediately laughed. Could it be that he was saying that Taoism in the Middle Earth was a demon? The gurus hurriedly put their palms together and shook their heads. They did not have any prejudice against Taoism. What they were talking about was a real demon, but they had never seen one before. They had long realized that Yi Fan was not an ordinary person. Otherwise, he would not have told them so many secrets. My teacher came to China during the Second World War. He did not find any demons, but he did see a demon god. An old monk who was more than 190 years old was frighteningly old. He had lived for 3 centuries and had experienced the Second World War. However, this monk did not have any interaction with the demon god of the Middle Earth. He stayed far away and only saw the monstrous blood of the demon god. Do you remember where you saw it? Yi Fan asked. You need to ask my teacher. Speaking of the existence of demigods and demigods, another old monk told him a story that he had experienced personally. When he was young, he once saw a strange man with disheveled hair in a primitive rainforest in India. The man flew in the air and disappeared into the mountains. My granduncle said that there is a real powerful person in Jerusalem, another guru said. Another guru opened his mouth. His granduncle did not pass away until he was 230 years old. He once went to the West alone and encountered demigods when he was alive. Yi Fan thought of something. Jerusalem was the holy city of the West and had endless legends. It was the center of ancient religious activities. Every year, countless people from Christianity, Judaism, and Islam would go there on a pilgrimage. There might really be something there that would be worth a visit in the future. The old monks begged again, wanting to see the sacred object inscribed with Sanskrit characters. Yi Fan took out the small stone Buddha, which shocked the gurus. They were even more convinced that this young man was most likely a demigod. No matter how hard they tried, they could not see the secret inside the small stone Buddha. In the end, Yi Fan took out a stone slab and used his finger as a knife to carve the ancient words on it. At the same time, he branded the marks of Taoism. Yi Fan handed over the stone slab and said, "Take it back to India and show it to your Shifu. Ask him to come here, or invite a few real Taoist masters to come to the Central Earth to discuss the little stone Buddha." The masters did not dare to hesitate. They solemnly put away the stone slab, bowed deeply, and then left. At the same time, in the Jiada auction house, a demonic young man stared at the fragment of the mutton-fat jade vase. Then he sneered. Chapter 945. When it saw Yi Fan again, the amethyst-like Komatsu mouse's eyes were brimming with tears, its large eyes blinking. It rushed over with a whoosh and hung onto Yi Fan's body, then quickly hid behind him, only revealing half of its little head to glance forward timidly. Su Yi was a very lively girl. She rushed over like a little lunatic, baring her fangs and brandishing her claws, giggling non-stop as she grabbed the purple Komatsu mouse. For the past few days, Yi Fan had been constantly on the move, heading south for Pangbo's matter. He did not leave the Komatsu mouse by his side, leaving it at Su Qiong's house in B City. Without a doubt, no matter where this little fellow was placed, it would attract all eyes. Its fur was like silk, sparkling and translucent, flowing with purple splendor, directly captivating this little girl Su Yi. Whether it was eating or sleeping, she would hug this amethyst-like little thing, not taking a single step away from it. This kind of passion really scared the little fellow. Before Yi Fan left, he had warned it repeatedly not to reveal any divine abilities, not to reveal any of its cultivation. Thus the little purple thing did not escape the devil's clutches. It was in pain but also happy. It was not used to being hugged by others. It had always been alone under the moonlight, facing the ancient Buddha, inhaling and exhaling clear splendor. It had always been ignorant and pure. These days, the only thing that made it happy was that it ate a lot of delicious food, better than anything it had ever tasted before. If not for that, the little fellow might have already escaped without a trace. This was also the reason why its eyes were brimming with tears when it saw Yi Fan. It was truly afraid of that little demoness, hiding behind his back, only leaving one of its large eyes to sneak a peek, and peek. Little Yi Zi, how did you mistreat Komatsu? Why did you scare it to this state? Yi Fan said. Komatsu was the name he gave the little purple thing. I treat Komatsu so well, but it doesn't appreciate it. It really pisses me off. This little girl was not considered young, 16 or 17 years old. Her body was slender, almost taller than her mother, but she was still extremely lively, jumping around to catch Komatsu. To Komatsu, this delicate and beautiful face was no different from a horned demon. It felt wronged and asked Yi Fan if he could let it return to its little nest in the mountain. Seeing the little fellow so wronged, Yi Fan hurriedly comforted it, saying that he would not abandon it in the future. The jade vase fragment was a hot topic in the collection world. The Jiada auction house managed it as a rare treasure, and every auction would attract a lot of attention. After Yi Fan received a portion of the money, he asked Su Qiong to help him buy a somewhat old villa in a quiet area. Now that he had returned, he naturally wanted to live, and he needed an environment where he would not be disturbed. Today, he needed to buy some daily necessities. Su Yi volunteered to follow her parents to help Yi Fan pick things. Yi Fan brought Xiao Song out, but not long after, he was stopped several times. Many people asked him what the little thing on his shoulder that was glowing with purple light was, which annoyed him greatly. Some people even said that they wanted to report him, saying that he was secretly raising an endangered animal. Such a rare treasure should be reported to the country and carefully protected. After a day, Yi Fan was really tired of dealing with it. There were really people who were overflowing with sympathy, calling the police, requesting to save the endangered species. Everything finally calmed down. Yi Fan carved a formation in the old villa, took out a dust-repelling pearl, and made it bright and clean. And Komatsu was finally free. But it was still a little afraid of Yi Fan, looking at him timidly, carefully peeling a hazelnut, using a pair of small claws to lift the nut, raising its head and fawning, handing it to him. Its big eyes like black jewels were very pure. You don't have to be afraid of me. People have to live freely. Don't put shackles on themselves. If you feel uncomfortable, I can send you back to Tibet. You can continue to live a carefree life. Yi Fan patted its head. He did not know why, but sometimes he felt that the little guy was very pitiful. Its innocence, ignorance, and timidity were the reflection of something in the deepest part of its heart. It was full of reverence for fate. Komatsu did not understand, but it finally relaxed a little, sneaking glances at Yi Fan while sitting there obediently peeling the hazelnuts, placing them on a small porcelain plate. You are still the same as before. Don't be afraid here. This is for you. Yi Fan took out a scarlet moon fruit, shaped like a crescent moon. Its whole body was red and crystal clear, its fragrance wafting into the nose. Rumble. The purple little thing's big eyes immediately lit up, turning non-stop. It carefully asked, "Is this really for me?" Of course, don't be reserved in the future. I am your master. You can treat me as family, comforted Yi Fan. The uneasiness in the depths of its heart finally disappeared. It suddenly became lively, hugging the scarlet moon fruit and rolling around, laughing foolishly, its innocent appearance somewhat making people feel sorry for it. Clang! Yi Fan chopped off a small piece of Daluo silver essence, hammered it over and over again, using his own cultivation to forge it, finally casting it into a silver bell. It was not large in size, shaped like a small bell. The only difference was that there was something hanging inside, used to make the sound. He was very attentive, using the Daluo silver essence to make the silver bell wall, only the size of a knuckle. Then he shrunk the small stone Buddha, refining it into a pendulum, and placed it inside. The purple little thing had accompanied the small stone Buddha since it was young. It had long developed feelings for it. Now that Yi Fan had refined such a treasure for it and taught it how to put it into its body, it was naturally very happy. Not to mention Earth, even in the northern Dipper Star region, this treasure was a world-shocking divine treasure. Using the Daluo silver essence to forge the bell, and the mysterious small stone Buddha as the clang, it was unparalleled in the world. Moonlight sprinkled down like water. The Komatsu spat out the treasure and stood in front of the window, borrowing the Buddha's light from the bell to guide the moonlight to cultivate. It was very intelligent, although simple, but it knew the benefits of this kind of cultivation. It was very persistent, not wasting time every night. Yi Fan did not spoil it by pulling it up. With his current cultivation, it was not difficult to make it advance by leaps and bounds, but he did not do so. The path of cultivation needed to be walked step by step. The foundation must be solid. This was the foundation, otherwise, there would be big problems in the later stages. A 10,000-meter tall building might collapse overnight because of its foundation. All he could do was guide the way and pass on the method. The cultivation still depended on the little fellow itself. Tonight, I will pass on to you a section of the Demon Monarch's ancient scriptures. Yi Fan had once discussed with Pang Bo, comparing ancient scriptures, so he knew a lot about the Qing Emperor's scriptures. He combined the Tao scriptures and the Demon Monarch scriptures to create a targeted method for the little fellow. It could be said that once the method was completed, it immediately triggered the sound of thunder. The great Tao felt it. This method is not weaker than any demon scriptures. The starting point is very high. The future depends on you. It had to be said that the little purple thing was extremely intelligent. It firmly remembered the method in its heart, and soon it was able to use this method to mobilize its own cultivation. Soon, there was news from India. A few masters went back to report in detail. The 190-year-old old monk was moved, and 2 other people of the same generation agreed to come east together. The bidding for the mutton-fat jade vase reached a climax. The Indian master won 2 pieces, and then the 3 fragments were won by a young man. Naturally, the mutton-fat jade vase became even more mysterious. Many collectors didn't have such extravagant thoughts. It was simply impossible to collect all of them. It was too expensive. It was difficult to form a perfect vase, and now they were proud to have one. Fine, I'll try with the vase fragments, see if I can draw out some people, Yi Fan said to himself. Time could make everything fade away. So many days had passed. Yi Fan's heart was still sad, but he was not as immersed in it as before, unable to extricate himself. These days, he would often make a cup of green tea, recite Huangting when he was free, and read Nanhua when he was lonely. His heart gradually became empty. He often looked up at the starry sky at night. Severing the Tao. He knew it was not far. If he was willing, he might be able to enter at any time, but after the recent ups and downs, he suddenly felt that erasing the obsession in his heart was not his Tao. Regardless of whether it is on this side of the starry sky or on the other side, I will not sever it, not even for a period of time. Although he had returned, his parents were no longer here, and the obsession in his heart was even stronger. And on the other side of the starry sky, there were so many old friends, so many past events. They were also unforgettable, but he could not return. If I sever any one of them, I can immediately enter the 3rd Immortal, but I will not do that. Yi Fan shook his head. He had too many obsessions. It was easy to sever the Tao. He only needed to choose one, resolutely sever it, and step onto his own Tao. It was difficult to sever the Tao, but that was because he did not want to do it. He wanted to resolve everything, to calm his mind, but doing this was equivalent to erasing himself. I will remember all of them. His gaze was resolute. He knew what he would encounter at this stage. It would be different from anyone else. The heavens severed the Tao, but he had to go against it, resist it. He wanted to sever the Tao that was blocking him. This was a path that defied the world. I am not waiting for you to sever me, but rather for me to sever you. Yi Fan was very calm. There were no fluctuations in his emotions when he said these words. He was not impassioned. He read Nanhua in loneliness, and when he was idle, he recited Huangting. Recently, his heart was calm. He was well aware of the consequences of doing this. If he succeeded, his Tao would be incomparably broad, surpassing others. If he failed, then the one severed would be himself. Sever the Tao. Sever the Tao. Perhaps doing this is the true way to sever the Tao, not sever the Tao that is blocking one's path. How can it be worthy of this name? It was difficult to sense the Tao on earth. It was originally a difficult place to cultivate, even more difficult than the Big Dipper before the heaven and earth changed. However, there was one advantage. Once one's Tao improved, then it would definitely be astonishing. Just like how the Big Dipper's saint was incomparably powerful, it made the ancient kings who survived in the archaic era tremble. And now Yi Fan chose this different path. It was fine if he did not break through, but once he did, under such difficult conditions, he would be able to sever the Tao. It would definitely shock the past and present. One had to walk the road himself. Perhaps he would become ashes overnight, but if he could charge through, perhaps he would see scenery that had never been seen before. A cup of green tea with a faint fragrance wafted through the air. Yi Fan stood in front of the window, looking into the distance. During these days, he did not cultivate, but his heart became more and more tranquil. Brewing a cup of fragrant tea and reading the Taoist canon made his mind incomparably clear. Chapter 946. There was news from India, and several old monks attached great importance to it. Siddhartha, an old monk who was more than 190 years old, set off with 2 old friends. 2 days later, accompanied by the 4 masters and the authority of ancient Sanskrit, Siddhartha and the other 2 old monks came to Bi City to meet with Yi Fan. Even though medicine had made great progress, it was still a miracle for an old monk to live to more than 190 years old. Siddhartha was hale and hearty. Although he was old beyond recognition, he still walked as if he was flying. His bones were very strong, and his words were like the ringing of a bronze bell, with a metallic trill. The 2 old men walking with him were the same. It was obvious that they were about the same age. They were tall and withered, their skin was yellow, and they were bony. Their eye sockets were deep, but they were full of spirit. They put their palms together and bowed to Yi Fan. Their expressions were peaceful. These 3 people had crossed 3 centuries and had experienced the world of mortals. They could be called eminent monks. Yi Fan returned the greeting and nodded to himself. Siddhartha and the other 2 were extraordinary. They had entered the secret realm of the Holy Ji Palace, so it was natural that their lifespans were extended. On the other side of the starry sky, entering the secret realm of the Holy Ji Palace at this age was really not worth mentioning. They could barely be considered a cultivator. However, Earth was in the end of Dharma, and it was really not easy to have such cultivation. It could be said that these 3 people were already considered geniuses. Yi Fan invited them to sit down. He waved his right hand casually, and a few teacups soaked in spiritual medicine appeared out of thin air, which immediately surprised the 3 old monks. Ever since they saw this young man, they knew that they had met a powerful person, whose cultivation was most likely comparable to the ancient masters. Whether it was the 3 old monks, the 4 masters, or the authority of ancient Sanskrit, when they received the spiritual medicine tea, their faces were full of shock. The world has changed. It is really unusual to be able to still have such treasures in this era. This kind of hospitality is too much. I can't bear it. They all put their palms together and sincerely expressed their gratitude. This kind of spiritual medicine could be said to be rare in their lives. Yi Fan had many things he wanted to ask. He went straight to the point and asked if there were still ancient sects on Earth and where they were located. He wanted to understand the cultivation world. In the ancient years, there were many great sects and ancient sections. Experts were as common as clouds, and there was no lack of great divine abilities. However, everything has changed now. Shimodi said, in ancient India, Buddhism had once flourished and replaced Brahmanism. It had many followers and ancient temples, but it eventually declined. The current Hinduism was derived from Vedic and Brahmanism. It was like a reincarnation that had replaced Buddhism. Of course, the various religions merged with each other and all kinds of dharma coexisted. It was like a symbiosis. Shimodi said that in ancient times, if one didn't talk about faith and only talked about divine arts, there were many sections. Among them, the Vedic religion had a profound influence and was the predecessor of the Brahmanism. Before Sakyamuni became a monk, he had also cultivated the Brahmanism. The Vedas ran through the rise and fall of several religions, from Vedic to Brahmanism and then to Buddhism, completing a reincarnation. Now there was the Vedas again. Shimodi talked a lot about the orthodoxy of ancient times. He said that there were many inheritances like 100 flowers blooming, competing with each other in beauty and experts standing in great numbers. Later on, everything declined. The temple he was in just happened to experience a great disaster and lost most of its dharma. It was completely marginalized and lost contact with the various sects of the past. In this era, even he didn't know if the various sects still existed. He only knew a few people who knew about cultivation, but he felt that the various sects should still exist. It was just that they were in the end of days and had all hidden themselves from the world. Yi Fan was a bit interested in the Vedas and borrowed it to take a look. He knew that this was definitely not the doctrine in the eyes of the mortals. There must be a secret cultivation chapter. What do you know about the Middle Earth? For example, Taoism, the Middle Earth's devils, the bloodline of the ancient demonic gods, and so on. To be honest, he wasn't too interested in ancient India. He wanted to know more about the various religions of China in the ancient times. Shimodi revealed a solemn expression and said, "The Middle Earth is unfathomable, I don't know much about it either." He respected the Middle Earth from the bottom of his heart and didn't understand Taoism. He had never met anyone from this sect. He only heard about the Middle Earth's devils from the elders and didn't understand much. The only thing he had personally experienced was a demonic god. It made him tremble and he only glanced at it from afar. He didn't dare to get close and quickly retreated. "Where did you see it?" Shimodi said a place and Yi Fan revealed a strange expression. It was actually a battlefield in the past and many people died there. During World War II, Shimodi traveled to the east and saw a bloody light piercing through the sky. It was extremely terrifying and then it spread out like a vast ocean. This demon really knows how to pick the right time. Yi Fan muttered to himself. In the past, who knew how many heroic souls passed away? The entire land was covered in blood and gloomy clouds. In this cultivationless age, this might be a rare chance for a great demon to advance. It was forged with blood and spirit. Did he make a move? Yi Fan asked. No, cultivators can't interfere with the affairs of the human world. This is a rule set in ancient times. The world respects it and it has been passed down from generation to generation. No one dares to go against it. Shimodi said. Yi Fan nodded and didn't say anything. However, he was thinking about how strong that demonic god was. With Shimodi's eyesight back then, he couldn't have been wrong. His blood energy was overflowing and his demonic might was vast. This was very shocking. He was at least a sect master level figure. Very unusual. In this cultivationless age, there is such an ancient demon. It is really unexpected. I wonder where it is now. Yi Fan muttered to himself. Could this race be related to the fake Pangbo? He suddenly had this thought. According to Shimodi, the waters of the Middle Earth were very deep. That demonic god was just one example. He had heard the senior monk say that he had met another terrifying existence, but he didn't know much. In the end, they set off and brought the small stone Buddha to the Tibetan area. They wanted to open a path to Spirited Mountain. Buddhism had already declined in India, but it was flourishing in the Middle Earth. In the past, there was a bodhisattva who had passed away in meditation who said that Spirited Mountain would move to the east. According to the speculation of the arhats of later generations, it should be in the Tibetan area. Spirited Mountain was a primitive place of Buddhism. It had existed long before Gautama Buddha unified the religion. At that time, the monks cultivated while damaging their bodies and had great divine abilities. Before Gautama Buddha established the religion, the monks on earth were scattered. Spirited Mountain was the only place that could summon them. It was a mysterious ancient land. What a pity! After the last bodhisattva and ancient Buddha passed away, no one could open a path to Spirited Mountain from the outside. Shimodi said that this small stone Buddha might be a key sacred object. It might be able to solve the ancient mystery and discover that primitive place. There might be living beings inside. Yi Fan didn't bring Komatsu with him. He only took the small stone Buddha for the time being. Spirited Mountain was not inferior to Mount Meru, so there might be terrible dangers. He didn't want the innocent little fellow to take risks with him. The group walked in the uninhabited area. It was tranquil. The sky was dark blue with the occasional white and flawless clouds. Both the air and the scenery were very pure. Perhaps this was the only pure land. Nowadays, there were human footprints everywhere. Tall buildings stood in great numbers and concrete covered the fragrance of flowers and plants. It was a lack of primitive and natural scenery. Yi Fan held the small stone Buddha in his hand and supported it with his great magic power, causing it to burst forth with boundless light. In the end, several ancient characters appeared in its body while his own golden blood chi soared into the sky. These people were all trembling with incomparable reverence. This kind of great divinity almost never appeared in the world again, but today they had seen it with their own eyes. Shimodi and the other two old monks spoke a few Buddhist secret words, telling Yi Fan that it was left behind by an old elder. Perhaps he could use it to find the spiritual mountain. Yi Fan walked forward and silently chanted an incantation according to what they said. The small stone Buddha became more and more resplendent, and the divine halo behind its head completely materialized. Kungqiang sounds rang out as the pair of Buddha's eyes seemed like they were about to open. The heaven and earth are a bit different. Look, a few great mountains suddenly appeared in front of us. A master was astonished. This was an extremely strange scene. Quite a few great mountains appeared on the horizon. They were extremely tall and towered into the clouds. The pressure they gave off made it hard for people to breathe. It was a majestic sight. However, every single one of them was extremely indistinct and couldn't be seen clearly. They carried a type of faintness as they stood majestically at the end of the world. There is a path that has appeared, but it is disjointed. Another master was moved and pointed ahead. This was an ancient path that had never been seen before. Now, it suddenly appeared and led to the distant depths of the great peaks. This is the path to the spiritual mountain. Shimodi's entire body was trembling. It didn't match his appearance as a senior monk because he was too excited. Yi Fan supported the small stone Buddha with great magical force while chanting those incantations. A boundless Buddhist force surged over from the distance. That kind of fluctuation made people want to bow down and worship it. It surpassed everything else. It really is the spiritual mountain. Yi Fan's eyes shone brilliantly. This was exactly the same feeling he had when he entered Tibet not long ago. However, this time, it was incomparably long-lasting. An ancient path meandered over. Their group stepped onto this path and advanced step by step. This was extremely mysterious. There were many historical sites on the side of the road, and it didn't seem like the real world at all. The great mountain in the distance was too majestic. It was unknown which region it was hidden in the real world. Last time when Yi Fan crossed the Tibetan region, he didn't even discover it. Now it gave off such an oppressive feeling. Ah, there's a corpse up ahead. A master quickly walked over. This path was very ancient, as if no one had walked it since ancient times. The rocks were engraved with the wind and frost of time. An old monk was all skin and bones. His entire body was yellow as he laid in front of them. What they saw wasn't an illusion. This was a real corpse. It was cold to the touch and the monk's robes were very old. A light touch would turn it into ashes. He's been dead for at least a few hundred years, a master said. There was a row of ancient words carved on the rock in front of him. It seemed like the last words. The brush was hastily put down and it was written in ancient Sanskrit. Shimodi read it carefully and said the gist of it. This was a senior monk who wholeheartedly followed the Buddha, yet he couldn't see the spiritual mountain. Before he passed away, wisdom appeared in his heart. He walked a bitter path to find this place and saw the ancient path. However, his lifespan also dried up. They didn't delay and continued on their way. Yi Fan supported the small stone Buddha and continuously chanted incantations. The ancient path extended, passing through huge mountains that couldn't even be seen in the mortal world. A dilapidated palace hall. Not long after, they saw an ancient temple. It wasn't very big and only had a stone hall. An old monk passed away in a sitting posture. He also left behind his last words. The spiritual mountain path ended here. The road ahead was boundless and there was no longer any hope. This was a great divine being. Even his skin was faintly golden. He almost became an arhat. A few masters put their palms together and chanted Sakyamuni Buddha. Yi Fan stopped. The ancient path ahead was getting more and more serene. It seemed like it was endless and he didn't know where it led to. Was this still Earth? He pondered in his heart. The vast and boundless Buddhist nature surged. Was the spiritual mountain comparable to Mount Meru really in front of him? He didn't know if he could enter the ancient Taoist rite. Chapter 947. A wave of desolate aura rushed over from the ancient mountain. Yi Fan and the others felt as if they had returned to the ancient era, returning to the uncivilized land. In the distance, there were mountains tens of thousands of zhang tall. They stood majestically with old trees that covered the sun. There were some unknown creatures. When they got closer, the cries of eagles filled the sky and beasts roared across the rivers and mountains. It was like thunder, rumbling and terrifying. They didn't know where they were. When they looked around, it was a completely new environment. It was as if they had left Earth and entered a primordial great world. Where exactly have we come to? The ancient Sanskrit authority was a bit short of breath. He still couldn't be considered a cultivator and hadn't even truly activated his sea of suffering. He was only a bit stronger than ordinary people and felt anxious. We are most likely close to the spiritual mountain. Perhaps we can see the ancient bodhisattvas and the victorious Buddhas, a master said. An ancient path was beneath their feet. This was the only thing that made them feel at ease. Every once in a while, they would see some Buddhist traces along the way. There were even some ancient Sanskrit characters that were carved by those with great magical power. They released brilliance and condensed the rhythm of the Tao. When one calmed down and studied them, they could understand the Tao laws within. Yi Fan was very calm and didn't express anything. However, the masters were different. They were all incomparably excited and carefully observed, hoping to comprehend the Buddhist laws. In order to advance faster, they wanted to use magical techniques to speed up the process. However, they discovered that this wasn't right. The ancient path became indistinct and was about to disappear. In order to find the spiritual mountain, one must worship it with a devout heart. Otherwise, one will never be able to approach it. We can only advance step by step, Sita T said. He chanted Buddhist names and asked for the Buddha's forgiveness. Yi Fan frowned. Could it be that there really were ancient Buddhas and bodhisattvas up ahead? Once they advanced on foot, the ancient path appeared on its own. It was extremely strange. This is the work of a great technique. It is vast and unfathomable. The spiritual mountain really is an extraordinary place. In the end, after walking for a long time, he discovered some clues. There were mysterious Tao patterns and laws circulating. After advancing for over 100 li, a dilapidated land appeared in front of them. Beside the ancient path was an expanse of ruins. Waves of crying and wailing could be heard, giving people goosebumps. It was extremely terrifying. The temple had become a desolate place with broken walls and overgrown weeds. The Buddha nature of this place had been completely lost, and there were only waves of yin qi blowing over. His cries didn't stop, and he rapidly approached like a bolt of lightning. In the blink of an eye, he pounced over like a malicious spirit demanding his life. However, the small stone Buddha in Yi Fan's hand was emitting Buddha's light, so the evil shadow didn't dare to get too close. It flashed left and right, appearing and disappearing in the wilderness at an incredible speed. The expressions of Siddhartha, the two old monks, and the four gurus changed. This speed was much faster than theirs and was not something they could fight against. Fortunately, they saw that Yi Fan's expression did not change and was calm. Only then did they feel relieved. Wow! A loud cry that sounded like a baby's cry exploded in their ears. A gray figure finally appeared. It was an old monk wearing a gray monk robe. His body was tall and sturdy and was surrounded by black gas. His face was fierce and his eyes were scarlet red. Moreover, there were some fine scales on his face that were as red as blood. They spread to his neck, arms, and other parts of his body. He was somewhat fierce and did not look like a human. Master, why are you in such an evil state? The authority of ancient Sanskrit asked. He had not truly stepped into the world of cultivation and could not see the depth of this person. This person's Buddha nature has disappeared and he has long lost his true self. Now, only an evil thought is supporting his body, or perhaps he is already dead, an old monk said. What a pity! This person's realm is far higher than ours. Why is he lost here? A guru was bewildered. Are you also looking for Spirited Mountain? I hate. The old monk with scarlet red eyes was awe-inspiring. Black gas curled around him, making him look like a malicious spirit. he said in a mournful voice, "You wholeheartedly seek Buddhism, but you can't see Spirited Mountain. You have searched for it 9 times out of 10, but in the end, there is no result. What is the point of worshipping Buddha?" Everyone immediately understood. He carried endless resentment, which was why he had such a demonic body. It was pitiful and lamentable. He had already abandoned Buddhism. Even Buddha is dead. What are you all still searching for? It's an illusory spirited mountain. So what if you go up? I will enlighten you all. The gray-clothed old monk was dripping tears of blood. He shouted loudly as he rushed over. Everyone sighed inwardly. This person worshipped Buddha his entire life, yet in the end, it was all for naught. He died on the path of seeking Buddha, and only then did he turn into endless resentment. When he raised his hand, an alms bowl appeared. It was as if a purple-gold dome of heaven was pressing down, illuminating everyone below. Astral radiance burst forth, and apart from the ancient path beneath their feet, the great earth in all directions quickly collapsed. Chilly winds roared angrily, and great trees were uprooted. The expressions of several gurus changed. This type of power far surpassed theirs, and they could not block it at all. If Yi Fan was not here, they believed that this attack would definitely turn everyone into ashes. Ding! Yi Fan raised his hand and pointed out. A golden finger stopped the alms bowl, easily penetrating it and shattering it. An expanse of fragmented light appeared in the sky. This demonized old monk cried out loudly as he flew out, smashing into an ancient temple. Ah! A mournful cry sounded. This old monk's face was sinister, fangs grew out of his mouth, and blood dripped from his eyes. He roared loudly as he rushed over again. Yi Fan raised his hand and pressed forward. It was as if a large golden millstone was pressing down, pressing him onto the ground and making him unable to move. This was the embodiment of a great divine ability. On the side, the gurus' faces were all filled with shock. In their eyes, this was a demonic figure that was difficult to enlighten, yet it was so easily suppressed. Yi Fan lightly sighed. He didn't crush him into pieces. From a certain perspective, this was a pitiful person. He believed in his entire life, yet in the end, it was all for naught. His body died, and his Tao disappeared. Only a mouthful of resentment remained. Please allow us to send him off. Shi Modi couldn't bear it anymore. He walked forward and clasped his hands together in greeting. Yi Fan nodded and didn't say anything else. The gurus walked forward and all of them sat cross-legged beside the demonic monk. They chanted scriptures, wanting to dispel all the resentment and send him to the afterlife. Namo Amitabhaya, Doda Jia Duo Yi, Duo Di Ta, Amitabhapai. Not long after, the old monk who was pressed down by Yi Fan's large golden palm was completely dispelled. The blood-colored scales on his body also disappeared, and the expression on his face gradually became peaceful. Finally, Yi Fan raised his hand. This old monk turned into a ray of holy light and sat up. He chanted Namo Amitabha, turned into a rain of light, and disappeared, dispersing all the resentment. We cultivators worship Buddha too much, and our obsession is too deep. We can't see the true Buddha, which is why we ended up like this. It's not his fault. One of the guru clasped his hands together and chanted scriptures. They continued on their way. This ancient path to Spirited Mountain was filled with dried-up bones. Along the way, they found no less than 100 corpses. There was nothing else. They were all senior monks. This made people sigh. Only those who worshipped Buddha could find this place, but they could only die halfway. They couldn't get close to Spirited Mountain. It was really sad. Suddenly, the ancient path was cut off. A pitch-black abyss lay in front of them, blocking their way. The path to Spirited Mountain was still faintly visible on the other side. Is this a test? Yi Fan asked. No, this is because the secret words we received from our ancestors weren't complete. That's why the path was cut off. Now, it seems like we can only rely on ourselves to cross over and connect the broken path, an old monk said. During this process, Yi Fan kept chanting incantations and used his own mana to support the small stone Buddha. Only then could the ancient path not extend forward. At this moment, it was finally blocked. All right, let's cross over. Yi Fan wanted to enter the spirited mountain to take a look. Since the fluctuations were not inferior to Mount Meru, there must be a shocking ancient spirited mountain. Suddenly, a mournful cry rang out. This abyss was filled with black mist. There were ghosts crying, and there were all kinds of demons and ghosts struggling inside, wanting to rush out. This is the Chaos Demon Abyss. Before Buddha achieved the Tao, he suppressed and killed all kinds of demons. Many of them filled this abyss, Siddhartha said in surprise. This abyss couldn't be flown over. It was condensed with the killing intent of countless demons, turning it into a killing field. One could only rely on one's own body to cross over step by step. Is that so? I also want to see what the demons Buddha killed were like. Yi Fan said. His body released golden light, enveloping the few of them. He walked above the abyss, stepping on the evil spirits that rushed up one after another. Demons were dancing in disorder. Countless great demons and demons were formed from resentment. They rushed up into the sky. Although they no longer had the mana they had when they were alive, they were still incomparably terrifying. They rushed over while crying. Hong long long. Thunder and lightning rumbled outside Yi Fan's body. His gold saint domain spread out, and he was like a god traversing hell. He walked above, and in the process, he really saw a few powerful characters. Bang! A sect master-level demon was turned into black light by his finger and turned into nothingness, frightening away a group of evil spirits. Then, when a huge white skeleton appeared, the entire Chaos Demon Abyss was thrown into chaos. A demon with a skeleton. Yi Fan's eyes lit up. This was too rare. He was extremely powerful, and the skeleton didn't shatter after taking a blow from him. He fought a great battle with him. He was as fast as lightning, leaping like a dragon, jumping like a tiger, leaping like a monkey, and striking like a snake. He struck out a total of 18 times, and with a boom, that snow-white skeleton was shattered. At the side, a few Indian monks were all alarmed. After a long time, one of them said, "If I'm not wrong, this skeleton belongs to a guardian Vajra of our Buddhist sect. He fell into the demonic path, and his bones are immortal. How could he be shattered like this?" They couldn't understand. The guardian Vajra of Buddhism had an indestructible body, and even death couldn't injure it. Just how powerful was this young man in front of them? His corporeal body surpassed Buddha's. The Chaos Demon Abyss was really a dangerous place. Demons, devils, and ghosts would rush out from time to time. They were bound here and wanted to drag the living down with them. It was difficult for ordinary people to pass through. The few masters all knew that no matter how many people came, they would die. It was impossible to pass through. The evil spirits inside were all formed after the death of ancient divine beings. However, Yi Fan's battle strength was astonishing. Although he encountered a few fierce battles, he won all of them and killed his way through. The strength he displayed was close to that of a god in the eyes of these people. He kept suppressing all kinds of demons and was invincible. Not a single person could stop him. In the end, Yi Fan killed his way through the Chaos Demon Abyss and smoothly stepped onto the broken road. Boom! Waves surged into the sky, hitting high into the sky. It was a vast expanse. This was a vast and boundless ocean, blocking their way. The sound of waves was deafening, making people feel like they were in a dream. They didn't know how many miles they had walked, but they actually came to such a place. The ancient road was blocked, and in front of them was a boundless ocean. How is this possible? Have we walked out of the Tibetan area? The ancient Sanskrit monk was stunned. This is the Sea of Bitterness. If we want to get close to the spiritual mountain, we have to cross it. This might be the real earth. What we see on a daily basis might only be a part of it, an old monk said. The Sea of Bitterness is boundless. Turn back to the shore before it's too late. Do we still want to cross it? Another old monk said, "We won't turn back until we see the spiritual mountain," Yi Fan said softly. The few of them had seen his great divine ability. Hearing him speak like this, it naturally represented their unanimous decision to continue forward. Yi Fan stretched out his hand and pointed. A purple copper warship appeared in the void, allowing them to board it. It slowly rowed across the boundless Sea of Bitterness, advancing towards the shore. Boom! Raging waves beat against the shore and raging waves washed the sky. That black ocean was terrifying. Every time it surged, it seemed like the world was going to be turned upside down. There were actually living creatures in the sea, whistling over. They were shocked. After traveling for hundreds of miles, densely packed white bone claws stretched out from the sea. There were even terrifying demons rushing up to attack the warship in the sky. It was much more terrifying than the chaotic demonic abyss. There were unfathomable evil spirits inside, emitting a monstrous aura. Yi Fan took out a copper lamp. He had a human body and a ghost face as he hung on the bow of the ship. In an instant, the wind and waves calmed down. All the demons and ghosts disappeared, no longer stirring up trouble. This was the copper lamp he picked from the ancient Mars. It was left behind by the Gautama Buddha in order to suppress the vengeful spirits with great divine physiques. It was a strange, secret treasure that burned the oil of ancient saints. Everyone was shocked. This sea of bitterness was definitely incomparably terrifying. If they traveled normally, perhaps even the golden Arhat would fall. They never thought that because of the existence of a copper lamp, everything would be smooth sailing. The black sea of bitterness surged, and there was no longer a trace of danger. However, they could feel that there were extremely terrifying demons swimming under the sea. They would peep above from time to time, but they didn't dare to approach. This copper lamp emitted a long green light, and its shape was vivid and lifelike. It had a human body close to the Tao, a sinister ghost face, and a tongue as the wick. The flame danced, and it actually burned out ancient talismans that surrounded the entire copper ship. Moreover, a skinny little old man appeared. He squatted at the bow of the ship and smiled strangely at them. It was indescribably evil, causing the Indian gurus to feel a burst of fear. This wasn't the first time Yi Fan saw him, so his expression didn't change. It had to be said that this copper lamp possessed divine might that could suppress all evil spirits. An entire 9 days passed, and not a single demon jumped out along the way. Even the entire sea of bitterness had calmed down, intimidated by it. 9 days later, they reached the other shore. When they looked forward again, a great mountain that was tens of thousands of zhang tall towered into the clouds. It was incomparably majestic. Spiritual mountain, we're about to reach the ancient spiritual mountain Tao, right? The old monks were all incomparably excited. Yi Fan didn't say anything. He felt a boundless, undulating fluctuation of Buddhist nature. He knew that they were truly approaching the legendary spiritual mountain. That's a day later, they passed through one great mountain after another. Specks of light appeared in front of them, and the radiance of divinity pervaded the air. Yi Fan was also shocked. He cultivated the heavenly eye, so he could naturally see even further. He had long seen the miraculous scene on the horizon. Divine light danced in the air, turning into a sparkling and brilliant rain of light. And there was an ancient Bodhi tree. Its branches were like horned dragons, extending in all directions. Its leaves were verdant and glistening, and there were fluctuations of the great Tao. Under the ancient tree, there was a middle-aged man in his 30s sitting cross-legged. He was untainted by even a speck of dust, and his body was imprinted in the void, merging with the great Tao. It was as if he was sitting in 3 different spaces. Sakyamuni Buddha. After Samodhi and the others saw clearly, their heads immediately swelled and they almost exploded. They all knelt down at the first moment. Yi Fan was also shocked. This person's appearance was truly special. It was exactly the same as the Sakyamuni Buddha statue in the temple, and at this moment, it merged with the great Tao. Chapter 948. Sakyamuni at the end of the road. This was beyond everyone's expectations. Even Yi Fan was stunned. The old monks kowtowed with great sincerity. They chanted the name of Buddha and touched their heads to the ground. Sparkling flowers floated down one after another, producing rustling sounds. However, this only served to make the world even more tranquil. An ancient Bodhi tree was rooted there. An otherworldly man sat cross-legged under it, merging with all living things and coexisting with the great Tao. His eyes were closed as the sparkling flowers fell on his body. It was as if he hadn't moved for thousands of years. He was peaceful and transcendent. If a person was exactly the same as the Buddha in the temple, it would undoubtedly be an abnormal sign that would make people respect and fear him. Siddhartha and the others kowtowed with each step. They were extremely excited to see Sakyamuni. Even if he died immediately, they would have no other regrets. This was their life's greatest wish. They only wanted to see the true Buddha and kowtow to the Tathagata. On the ancient road to Spirited Mountain, their wish came true. They saw the Buddha with their own eyes. Quasi-Emperor Sakyamuni. Yi Fan's heart trembled. This was a character that only appeared in legends. Now that he had actually seen him, it was beyond his expectations. Sakyamuni was an ancient person from 2,500 years ago. He possessed great wisdom. He studied the Vedas and the teachings of the Brahmins. In the end, he unified Spirited Mountain and created Buddhism. He left behind an illustrious name in history and was famous throughout the world. The guru from India kowtowed with each step. He moved forward amidst the falling flowers while mumbling. He gradually arrived near the ancient Bodhi tree. Yi Fan also moved forward. He didn't kneel and only stared unblinkingly at the quasi-emperor under the tree. His extraordinary temperament made people follow him, as if he could transcend all the worries of the world. Dong! In the distant mountains, the Brahma bell rang out from tens of hundreds of miles away. It was so deafening that it made people feel like they were being baptized and enlightened. Deep in the mountains, the ancient temple bell, the Buddha under the Bodhi tree. All of this was like a dream. There wasn't a speck of dust here. Sakyamuni didn't move and didn't speak, but his dharma spread throughout the world. You came too late. Spirited Mountain has already closed. Only when the seas dry up can it reappear in this world. A wave passed over. The figure under the Bodhi tree with his eyes closed spoke softly as if he was talking to them across time and space. Buddha. Siddhartha and the others cheered loudly, continuously kowtowing. They heard the true Buddha talking to them and were extremely excited. Why are we late? We came here with the sacred object to open the ancient path of Spirited Mountain. Yi Fan stood not far from the Bodhi tree and asked for guidance. Spirited Mountain has already withered. It is difficult for it to appear in the mortal world. Although there is a sacred object, there is no secret language, so we cannot open a path. Shakyamuni didn't move. It was as if he was sitting cross-legged in ancient times, but it was also as if he was preaching the Tao from the future. Strands of great Tao sacred ripples seeped out, forming a divine wheel that made him seem extraordinary. Yi Fan was endlessly bewildered. Was this really the Sakyamuni? Didn't he already cross the heavens and enter the depths of the starry sky? How could he possibly see him here? Back then, he had seen the back of great Emperor Wuxia in the Purple Mountain. At first, he thought it was real, but then he realized that it was just a shadow that had been imprinted tens of thousands of years ago. Could it be that what he saw was the same? However, why was he able to converse with them? Moreover, he was able to merge with the great Tao of heaven and earth. There was an otherworldly aura that could suppress endless ages flowing about. At the end of Spirited Mountain Road, repent and you will be saved. Under the ancient Bodhi tree, the otherworldly middle-aged man spoke softly. His eyes were still closed, and his expression was peaceful and tranquil. Every falling flower was sparkling, condensing the divine charm of the great Tao. Siddhartha and the others accepted the decree and retreated. However, Yi Fan didn't move because he saw the verdant ancient Bodhi tree petrified at this time. Even the man under the tree had become a statue. The falling flowers fell, turning into stone flowers when they landed on the ground. The fluctuations of life disappeared, and everything he saw turned into stone statues. This was different from before. This was the power of the Buddhist Dharma. Yi Fan understood. The Sakyamuni had walked down the ancient starry sky path, so it was impossible for him to still be on earth. All of this was formed by the great magical power of the past. Moreover, if it was truly a quasi-emperor, they might not be able to get so close to his physical body. The great Tao and all things merged together. What they saw was only the Dharma of the past, not the body of the present. This is... The old monks from India were all trembling. They thought of a legend. The Buddha had 10 great disciples. Before his true body left, the 10 worked together to create the Sakyamuni Buddha's body, which stood on Spirit Mountain Road. This was the work of the 10 great disciples of the Buddha. This incarnation of the Sakyamuni Buddha could display part of his divine abilities. What they saw just now couldn't be considered false. From this, they could also infer that the Spirit Mountain was close and not far ahead. However, Siddhartha and the others all stopped and were unwilling to take another step forward. They solemnly followed the Sakyamuni's decree and didn't dare to disobey it. The Spirit Mountain is in sight. Don't you want to go in? Even if you can't succeed, why don't you go closer and take a look? Yi Fan spoke. We have sinned. The masters all put their palms together and at the same time advised Yi Fan not to go any further and turn back. Yi Fan didn't pay any attention to them. He walked past the petrified Sakyamuni and the Sakyamuni Buddha and continued forward. The old monks were all stunned. They all stood on the spot and stared blankly. The ancient road meandered forward for another few li. Finally, it was completely cut off. In front of him, a vast mountain was faintly discernible. It was located at the end of the world. There wasn't any life there. There was only a wave of Buddha nature fluctuation like the sea. The entire mountain was devoid of life. Not even an auspicious beast or auspicious bird could be seen. Yi Fan opened his heavenly eye but discovered that it was still blurry. The vast Spirit Mountain couldn't be seen clearly. He only knew that the mountain was serene and the ancient temple was silent. It was clearly already in front of him, only a few dozen li away. How could the Spirit Mountain be closed? He thought for a bit and walked forward with large steps. Even if there was no road, he still wanted to go forward and open up his own path. However, the moment he took the first step, he immediately saw the primal chaos surge. The Spirit Mountain became more and more indistinct. It was as if he heard the chanting of the ancient Buddhas. Yi Fan didn't stop and continued forward. However, there was a Buddhist lion's roar. It was as if an arhat was chanting an incantation. The evil subduing pestle in its hand pressed towards him. It was formed from Buddha light. He let out a light shout and opened up the golden sacred domain. Nothing could get close to him. With a loud rumble, the heavens seemed to collapse. The evil subduing pestle flew backwards as he took large steps forward. In the distance, Simodi and the others were dumbstruck. Was he going to fight against the Bodhisattvas and force his way into the Spirit Mountain? At this moment, there was chaos in front of him. The primal chaos raged and the Spirit Mountain was majestic. It was as if it was going to fall over and suffocate everyone. Ah! Yi Fan shouted and chanted the Buddhist mantra. At this moment he suffered a great pressure. Even though he was a saint, he still felt as if his body was going to be crushed. This was the pressure of the Spirit Mountain. This was the fluctuation of the vast Buddhist power. It was the psyche power of who knew how many creatures had gathered here in the past. No one could resist it. The primal chaos mist-attacked. The Yaksha, Asura, Gandharv, Garuda and the other 8 tribes appeared. They were also formed from Buddhist divine light and pounced towards Yi Fan. Even the swastika sound didn't have that great of an effect. It only shattered a part of it. Yi Fan took a step back and endured the great pressure. He believed that if it was anyone else, they would have died a long time ago. Even his saint body wouldn't be able to hold on. The Spirit Mountain was worthy of being the most famous ancient Tao rite. It was inviolable and couldn't be approached. This place was protected by a world-shocking great formation. Moreover, there was a distance of over 100 li between them. If one really charged in, there would definitely be a disaster. Yi Fan looked at the little stone Buddha in his hand and frowned. Without the secret message, he couldn't enter with just this divine object. There must be something shocking left inside. Otherwise, it wouldn't be protected like this. He knew that it was difficult to enter, but he wanted to get closer to see what exactly was going on with the Spirit Mountain and why it was like this. With a long roar, the golden holy blood in his body boiled. It was like a great river, rushing into every meridian and releasing waves of thunderous sounds. It shook the 9 heavens and resonated with the great Tao. Yi Fan's entire body shone. He used the travel formula and activated all kinds of phenomena. He directly killed his way over and finally got a bit closer. He vaguely glanced at the old monks sitting on the cliff and beside the Buddha platform. It was deathly quiet. There wasn't a single blade of grass or tree. Everything was withered. The spirit spring and pond were all dried up. There wasn't the slightest bit of vitality. It was as if no one had stepped here since the ancient times. A withered spirit mountain. This was the truth. Ancient temples stood tall and there were many temples everywhere. However, there wasn't a single person, not a single bodhisattva, not a single ancient Buddha. No living creatures could be seen. It was completely silent. One could see Buddhist treasures and great artifacts covered in dust. There was no one alive. It was deathly quiet. The power of the mountain was boundless and immeasurable. It was even more terrifying than a true ancient star. Yi Fan couldn't get close and was forced back by the boundless fluctuations. A strand of golden blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. He didn't force it and retreated. The spirit mountain was dried up. It had experienced great changes. No wonder it was closed. However, what he saw should only be the mountain gate. Everything in the depths of the spirit mountain was extremely dim. There was an ancient Bodhi tree that had all its leaves fallen off. However, Tao traces appeared, blocking the main spirit mountain. Moreover, right at this time, the entire great mountain became indistinct. The main body of the spirit mountain even more so disappeared. This type of scene was irreversible. It was useless even if Yi Fan used magical force to support the little stone Buddha in his hand. In the end, a boundless fluctuation rushed over. He was blasted out more than 10 li. Everything disappeared. The blue dome of heaven was like a piece of blue crystal. A few white clouds floated past, making people feel that they were so close to the sky. It was as if they could touch it by jumping up. The air was abnormally fresh. Yi Fan was stunned. He stood in the Tibetan region. The tens of thousands of Jianghu tall mountains, the vast and unfathomable spirit mountain, and the mysterious ancient path had all turned into smoke and clouds. He couldn't see any of them again. Several li away, a group of Indian monks were also astonished. They didn't know why they had suddenly arrived in a familiar place. The ancient path had disappeared. Yi Fan flew through the air and arrived in front of them. He then scanned the surroundings. Tibet was very high above sea level. There were also great mountains, but they couldn't be compared to those from before. Where exactly is it hidden? Are the ancient path and the spirit mountain in the Tibetan region? This was the common question in everyone's heart. Yi Fan told them to wait here. He turned into a bolt of lightning and flew in the sky. He released his powerful divine sense and scanned every inch of the land. He was seriously searching, but in the end he still couldn't find anything. In the end, he flew for thousands of li and landed on a majestic mountain range. He felt a sense of vicissitudes, but he couldn't see a trace of magic. This was the majestic Kunlun that traversed across the Jianghu Tibet plateau. Yi Fan had a big headache. Spirit Mountain was already mysterious enough. He didn't know where it was hidden, but Kunlun must be even more extraordinary. It was the first mountain in China's ancient mythology. It was the ancestor of all lineages. All the legends about immortals were related to it. Not long after, Yi Fan returned to B City. The other group of people returned to India. Before they parted, the masters promised him that they would ask others about the secret language of Spirit Mountain. Regardless of whether they gained anything or not, they would visit him again and ask for his guidance. As soon as Yi Fan returned, he felt that something was wrong. The lawn outside the old villa was full of potholes as if it had been struck by lightning. It was destroyed beyond recognition. This old villa didn't change much because he had carved a few simple formations. Even if it was hit, it wouldn't be damaged. Its surroundings were a mess. It was obvious that someone had fought here. Kamatsu! Yi Fan was shocked. He entered the room in a flash, but it was cold and desolate. There was nothing there. Where did the little purple thing go? His heart suddenly turned cold. He searched the surroundings and released a powerful divine sense to call out, Kamatsu! In the distance, next to a trash can, a dirty little thing timidly poked its head out. It turned into a purple light and pounced towards him. In an instant, it hung on his body, its body trembling. What happened? Yi Fan's heart was far from as calm as his words. He brought it home and placed it on the sofa. Komatsu's leg was injured. It was limping and had been frightened. However, it pretended to be relaxed. In order to make Yi Fan smile, it did a somersault to please him. It trembled in pain, but it was smiling innocently. Yi Fan felt a pang of pain when he saw it. Who hurt the little purple thing? A murderous intent arose in his heart. Chapter 949. The little purple creature smiled foolishly with an expression of nonchalance. It lifted its injured leg and pretended to stretch in a relaxed manner, telling Yi Fan that it was fine and not a big deal. However, it was actually trembling in pain. Yi Fan hurriedly stopped it from moving again. The little fellow's injuries were obviously not light, but it still had an innocent expression on its face. Fawning over him like this made one's heart ache even more. "Who injured you to this state? Who else came here?" he asked softly. His expression was gentle, but his heart was surging with rage. Its entire body was filthy. It was unknown how many days it had been wandering outside. Its originally purple satin-like fur had become dim. It was obvious that it had experienced a frightening experience. Otherwise, it wouldn't have rushed over and trembled slightly upon seeing him. Its injured leg had been cut by a sharp weapon. If it wasn't for this little creature's profound cultivation, it would have been broken long ago. Its attacks could be said to be ruthless and ruthless. Yi Fan carefully treated its wound. There were actually strands of black light flowing within. It possessed corrosive properties. No wonder it hadn't recovered after such a long time. He used magic power to dissolve the black light while taking out a bottle of divine spring he brought out from the life-forbidden zone. He used this to clean its wound and then carefully bandaged it. During this process, the Komatsu trembled unceasingly in pain. However, it didn't struggle or make a sound. It silently endured and tried its best to act as if nothing was wrong to make others feel pity. With Yi Fan personally taking action, this kind of injury was naturally nothing. The divine spring from the ancient forbidden zone possessed a powerful vitality. Not long after, its leg began to recover. The little fellow blinked its large eyes and lowered its head to look at its injured leg. Its face was full of astonishment. It had been in pain for so many days, but now, it was rapidly recovering. It immediately became incomparably happy and forgot all the injuries it had suffered. Yi Fan asked it seriously. Naturally, he couldn't just let it go like this. There was actually someone who wanted to kill the Komatsu. If he didn't retaliate, it wouldn't be his style. In the past, the corpses of many great enemies in the northern Dipper Star region were laid at his feet. He made a name for himself and built his path with blood and bones. Now that he had returned to the Age of Chaos, how could he endure being bullied and humiliated? The Komatsu was very weak and kind as it recounted the events of that day. Yi Fan had been gone for half a month. During this time, someone had found this place. The little purple thing was very afraid of strangers. It hid in the room and did not go out. This was also what Yi Fan had told it before he left, telling it not to run around. The person who came was a demonic youth with cultivation. He seemed to be injured and spat out a mouthful of blood. Komatsu was very pure and kind. It bit out a small piece of the scarlet moon fruit that Yi Fan gave it and brought it to that person. It didn't think that it would almost be killed. That person spat out a divine all and injured the little purple fellow's leg. Then, lightning struck down and blocked its way back into the room. Komatsu's fear of thunder and lightning was almost innate. In the past, its mother had been injured to protect it, and when she died, it happened to be struck by lightning and thunder. Once, it was almost struck to death on a stone mountain. Therefore, when it was ambushed by the strange young man, it almost suffered a great calamity. In its panic, it didn't know which way to go and left this place. It waited for many days, hiding beside the underground sewers and trash cans in fear, until Yi Fan returned. After learning of all this, Yi Fan did not say much. He gently rubbed its head. This little thing was as pure as a piece of white paper. In the past, it only had a small stone Buddha as its companion. It breathed under the bright moon alone and had never come into contact with humans. After it was led out of Tibet by Yi Fan, it had always thought that everyone was like it. It didn't know the sinister nature of the human heart and looked at everyone with its kind heart. Even at this time, the little thing was still confused. It asked Yi Fan in confusion, why did that person treat it like that? What did it do wrong? You didn't do anything wrong. The only thing wrong is that the human heart is too complicated. You will slowly understand in the future. The little purple thing made an "oh" sound and blinked its large eyes. Its heart was still full of confusion and confusion. Yi Fan decided that in the future he would bring it along to experience some things. Only then would it understand. Komatsu washed itself and drank some divine spring water. It finally recovered and became lively and quick-witted again. It peeled a plate of pine nuts and carefully handed it to Yi Fan. Yi Fan accepted it with a smile and handed it a jade snake orchid. Its essence energy overflowed and its fragrance filled the air. That day, when he and Pangbo left, they spent a great deal of origin energy to purchase many spirit medicines. The little purple thing's large eyes lit up. It was incomparably happy to be held in his arms. All of a sudden, it forgot all the pain it had suffered and laughed without a care in the world. It was very easily satisfied. Yi Fan didn't need to think to guess that it was most likely related to the holy jade bottle in the auction. Only it could attract a cultivator. As expected, there was soon a clue. It was a strange young man who had won 3 auctions in the past. The auction house had detailed information about him. After Yi Fan showed the photo to Komatsu, it was confirmed that he was the culprit. You've already left B City. It's useless even if you run to the ends of the earth, Yi Fan softly said to himself. One day, he traveled south and arrived at Jiangxi's Jianghu. This was a villa district not far from Mount Lu. The mountains and rivers were interconnected and the scenery was beautiful. It could be said that ordinary people couldn't afford this kind of price. Any one of them would be astronomical. Yi Fan stood in the distance and revealed a strange expression. Not only was he a cultivator, but he also learned Genesis arts and was very familiar with the movement of mountains, rivers, and earth veins. There was a faintly discernible draconic aura in this place. It had drawn a wisp of essence energy from the rising purple dragon vein in the distant Mount Lu. It was too crucial in the end of days as it could help cultivation. Moreover, after a careful look, he discovered something strange. This villa district was built with a mysterious principle. If he guessed correctly, this area should belong to a clan. Perhaps to outsiders, the head of the household was independent and had a different surname, so nothing could be seen. However, he believed that this should be a clan that lived in seclusion here. The layout was very particular. There's a very faint wisp of demonic aura. Yi Fan muttered to himself and then walked in with large strides. Komatsu tilted its head and curiously sized up the villa district. It only felt that the scenery here was very beautiful. There were mountains on one side and rivers on the other. There was also the essence of heaven and earth that could be breathed in and out. Yi Fan disappeared with a step and came to the depths of the villa district. He stopped in front of the villa with the thickest demonic aura in the center. This place had the best view and the purple dragon underground was the thickest. The owner of this place, come out and meet me. His words immediately alarmed the villa district. With his powerful divine sense, he could naturally clearly sense that there were at least 10 pairs of eyes sweeping over and spying on him in the dark. And someone immediately walked out from the villa in the center. It was an old man with a face as rosy as a baby's. His hair was like snow and his complexion was very good. He was full of energy. Yi Fan's expression didn't change. This was definitely a person with cultivation. His cultivation was at the 3rd small realm of the 1st secret realm, the Sea of Reincarnation, Divine Bridge. Little brother, is there anything I can help you with? He asked with a smile. You and I are both cultivators. There's no need to hide anything. Since I was able to find this place, all lies are useless, Yi Fan said. The old man's expression immediately became solemn. He gestured for Yi Fan to enter the house and talk. He also seriously looked at the purple Komatsu mouse on Yi Fan's shoulder. Yi Fan's expression was calm as he walked in. Through this corner of the place, he understood where those with cultivation were. This place was close to Mount Lu, which made cultivation a possibility. His heaven's eye could directly see the source of this old man. There were a few wisps of demonic blood flowing in his body. It wasn't very pure. This bloodline was a descendant of the primordial demon race. After entering the hall, the old man invited Yi Fan to sit down and had someone serve tea. His tone was very polite as he asked him why he was here. "I think you should know why I'm here. Let that young man come out." "There's nothing more to say," Yi Fan said indifferently as he sipped his tea. "Taoist friend, please calm down." The old man saw that Yi Fan had come with ill intentions and was so forceful, so he hurriedly put on a flattering smile. He said that the young man was his good-for-nothing grandson who did something reckless and caused such a disaster. He already knew his mistake and was willing to compensate. He asked Yi Fan to be magnanimous. What a nice way of putting it. Reckless? For no reason at all, he suddenly attacked and wanted to take Komatsu's life. What's the use of keeping someone with such a temperament? "Let him come out and meet me," Yi Fan said with a solemn expression. Komatsu was very curious. He jumped around the house with an innocent expression and couldn't stop looking at the antiques. The old man immediately revealed a troubled expression and said, "I hope Taoist friend will forgive us. We were in the wrong, but please be magnanimous and forgive us. Can we let this go? I only want to ask one more time. Are you going to let him out or not? Are you waiting for me to do it myself?" Yi Fan took a small sip of fragrant tea and put down the teacup with a cold expression. That grandson of mine saw a spirit beast and was naturally curious, so he tried to subdue it. But he didn't hurt anyone. That's just a beast pet. Taoist friend, you're making a big deal out of nothing. The old man was also a bit displeased. Are you talking about Komatsu? In my opinion, many people aren't as humane as him. I'm a bit curious. What did your grandson use to hurt Komatsu? You know him so well. He's not qualified yet, Yi Fan said coldly. You are being too overbearing. The old man's expression sunk. Then with a schwa sound he revealed a divine awl. It shone with an eerie light and carried traces of time. A sect master-level magical treasure. Yi Fan was astonished. It was truly rare to see such a powerful weapon in this cultivationless age. Soon after, he understood that during the ancient times, there were many sects on Earth and experts were as common as clouds. Naturally, there were many powerful beings, so it wasn't a big deal to have weapons left behind by them. "This is the weapon," said the old man. It was clear that he didn't display this weapon without the intention of intimidating others. After Komatsu saw this flickering divine awl, its body immediately trembled. It clearly remembered its encounter that day. Yi Fan gently rubbed its head and said, "I'll refine it into a small knife for you to trim your nails in the future." The old man's expression immediately changed. He said, "Young man, you don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. You're too presumptuous." At the same time, the door was pushed open and another old man walked out. It was a cultivator from the Holy Palace's secret realm. He said coldly, "You should know that in this world, there are some people you can't afford to offend. My clan has existed since the ancient times and has never fallen. Who dares to be presumptuous here?" "So, you guys are considered immortal inheritances from ancient times?" Yi Fan laughed. How many years has it been? No one has dared to come here and cause trouble. Young man, you're too young and too ignorant. Have you not heard of Jianghu? It's not a place you can provoke." The old man who came out later shook his head. At the same time, a young man walked out. It was the bewitching young man Yi Fan was looking for. He sat down casually to the side. Komatsu's body suddenly trembled. The last time it was injured, it clearly remembered. It was kind enough to take out a spiritual medicine to save someone, but it was almost killed. It still didn't know what it did wrong. Yi Fan pointed with his finger and the young man was immediately fixed to the wall. Yi Fan waved his hand in the air and 5 finger marks appeared on the young man's face. There was a crisp sound. You've gone too far. How dare you behave atrociously in Jianghu?" The two old men's expressions changed. "Is that so? I just don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. I just wanted to provoke you. Let's see what you can do. If you anger me, I'll turn Jianghu upside down. You can't leave today. You'll regret it." The two old men shouted and rushed outside, asking their disciples to invite people. They had obviously realized that Yi Fan was not someone to be trifled with. Chapter 950. A group of people rushed into the hall and surrounded Yi Fan from different directions. They were all wearing iron robes that flickered with a cold metallic luster. They held all kinds of sharp weapons in their hands and emitted divine radiance. In this day and age, if people saw such attire, they would definitely be shocked. All of this was too primitive and incompatible with the present. Yi Fan didn't get up. He still sat there and looked at them calmly. Although the armor on these people was shiny, there were traces of time. They had been through many generations. Back then, the ancient demons that could roar through the world and capture the stars and moon had either passed away or left this world. However, they had left many ancient weapons for their descendants. This was a shocking treasure. You almost killed Komatsu. Do you want to attack me now? Yi Fan asked calmly. Have you forgotten what this place is? Jianghu is not a place that anyone can barge in and do as they please. The elder of the Divine Bridge Realm said coldly as he held the glowing divine awl. He waved his hand lightly, and a dozen people in armor shook their weapons. Ripples rushed out of the ancient weapons and spewed out sword chi, slashing towards Yi Fan. They laid out a matrix. These ancient weapons were all ritual implements. They weren't that shocking, but when used together, they were very useful and could kill extremely powerful opponents. The strongest among these people was the elder of the Holy Ji Palace's secret realm. They naturally couldn't create such a matrix. All of these were left behind by their ancestors. The sword energy was sharp, cutting through the void, interweaving into a blinding formation, trapping Yi Fan within. The sword radiance hacked over, but it was shattered by a flick of his finger. What ritual implement do you have? The elder of the Divine Bridge Realm was shocked and couldn't help but fall back. In this day and age, he didn't believe that someone could shatter such a powerful matrix with one finger. With a flick of Yi Fan's finger, golden blood energy turned into golden divine radiance. It was as if he was holding an ancient divine artifact, inadvertently misleading them. It was because in these people's eyes, it was almost impossible for this type of great divine ability expert to exist in this world, or it could be said that even if there was, he wouldn't come to their family. As expected of an ancient lineage. Such a temper. Do you want to kill me too? Yi Fan raised his hand and summoned the young man pinned to the wall. Let's talk. We had a misunderstanding before, and I am willing to make it up to you. He had been careless and didn't care at all. He thought that the other couldn't do anything in his clan, but now he was scared. Komatsu saved you out of kindness, and you want to kill him? Are you heartless? Yi Fan's palm slapped down, causing all the bones in his body to creak and crack, instantly breaking dozens of them. Of course, he did not use his full strength. Otherwise, the attack of the human clan's sacred physique could even turn a sect leader into meat paste, let alone him. The bewitching young man screamed in pain and rolled around on the ground. Yi Fan was surprised. There was purple blood in this person's body, and his demonic aura was very strong. Although he wasn't old, he was already in the life spring realm, which was considered extraordinary on Earth. It was no wonder that the clan protected him and gave him the sect master-level divine cone nail to protect him. In this day and age, such talent was rare, and it was worth spending energy to cultivate him. Brother, please stop. Everything can be discussed. The elder from the Holy Palace stepped forward and looked worried. He still couldn't see what the golden ritual implement in Yi Fan's palm was. Just now, they laid a matrix and trapped Yi Fan in the center, thinking that they could kill him. They didn't expect it to be useless, and the young man was trapped through the matrix. What else is there to say? Jianghu is the place of your clan. Not everyone can behave atrociously here. I've offended you all, Yi Fan said coldly. He was merciless. One finger landed, and the young man's sea of reincarnation was cleanly dissolved. Another finger landed, and the young man's celestial platform crumbled. He could no longer cultivate. Yi Fan destroyed the young man's cultivation with 2 fingers, making it impossible for him to cultivate in this life. Then he thought about it and waved his hand. The purple demonic blood in the young man's body was extracted and refined on the spot. You've gone too far. The elder of the Celestial Bridge Realm was furious. A good seedling of the clan was destroyed on the spot. This wasn't just a slap to his face, it was a slap to the entire clan. I've gone too far? You almost killed Komatsu. I'm here to ask for an explanation. You want to kill me too? You really have the power to rule the world. Yi Fan threw the young man over. Grandpa, help me kill him. My life is over. I want to grind his bones to dust. The demonic young man shouted. His eyes were filled with hatred as he cursed. Seeing this, Yi Fan laughed and raised his finger. With a light poof, a golden light pierced through his forehead. A stream of blood flowed out, and his ferocious expression completely froze. I took away your cultivation that brought disaster to the world. I originally wanted to let you live, but you don't know how to repent. With such a personality, I can't let you live. The expressions of everyone in the hall changed. At that moment, they all retreated, especially the elder of the Holy Ji Palace's secret realm. He felt that things were not going well. Why did this young man look so much like the legendary divine arts cultivators? No matter who you are, you have to die today. You won't be able to leave Jianghu. How many years has it been since someone dared to provoke us? The Dragon Sparrow bloodline. The elder of the Celestial Bridge realm shouted. The one who died was his grandson, who had been spoiled by him since he was young. This was an outcome that he could not accept. The group of people left the hall, and he gave the order coldly. Yi Fan did not want to waste time. He waved his hand in the air, and before he could finish giving the order, his spiritual soul was captured and burned to ashes. His intact body fell to the ground with a thud. Everyone gasped and was completely dumbfounded. At that moment, they finally understood that they had most likely kicked a metal plate. They might have provoked a living ancestor. Which arrogant brat has come to our clan to act so atrociously? An old woman holding a dragon sparrow staff appeared. Her hair was snow white, and each strand was sparkling. Her face was pale with a hint of red. No one knew how old she was. Ancestor! A group of people hurried to greet her, especially the elder of the Holy Ji Palace's secret realm. He walked up quickly and said softly, Ancestor, things are not looking good. This person might have great ancient powers. Yi Fan sat in the hall and did not go out. After seeing the old woman, he was a little surprised. Her cultivation level was at the 3rd secret realm, for extremities. He was truly a little surprised. Was there still someone who could cultivate to such a level in this era? The dragon sparrow race has stood strong since ancient times. No one has ever dared to come to Jianghu and humiliate us. I don't care which god you are today. Since you're here, don't even think about leaving. The old woman waved her staff, and a wave of auspicious air rose in the hall. A bone-piercing light shone, and an extremely powerful spell formation appeared, trying to refine Yi Fan. The layout of the hall was very particular. Yi Fan noticed it when he came in. The floor was covered with demon blood stones, and the marks of time were engraved on them. This was an ancient spell formation that had been moved here. The house was built on it, and any cultivator from the Dragon Transformation secret realm who entered by mistake would be refined. When the Dragon Sparrow race lured him into this hall, they had already schemed against him. Once they had a falling out, they would definitely use the ancient spell formation to refine him to death. Unfortunately, they had encountered a human with a holy physique from the Big Dipper. They had no idea how terrifying his cultivation and physical body were. Not to mention this kind of killing spell, no matter how powerful it would be useless. Flames burned and brilliant light danced. Dragon sparrows cried out as they were bathed in the fire, drowning Yi Fan. Komatsu was very afraid and grabbed onto the corner of Yi Fan's clothes. Yi Fan was surrounded by divine light, but he did not care at all. He paced around the hall and knocked around, trying to figure out which era this ancient spell formation was from. The people on the lawn were dumbfounded. He's a powerful being. Someone swallowed a mouthful of saliva with difficulty. What era is this? How could there still be such a powerful person? Didn't they all turn into ashes or leave? They were incomparably shocked. It's over. This is truly a great calamity. We actually provoked this kind of ancestor. He must be someone who survived from the ancient era. Everyone's faces were deathly pale. Yi Fan flicked his finger, and the spell formation was completely destroyed. He calmly walked out without a speck of dust on his body. Everyone couldn't help but tremble. Everyone was trembling. Such a powerful character, to the cultivators of the current era, could almost be called a deity. There weren't many of them in the entire world. Yi Fan walked forward, and these people continuously retreated. It was useless to say anything now. Their cultivation was nothing compared to the person in front of them. Isn't your race a bit too arrogant? In this era, you still want to treat Zhejiang as your territory? How can the common people of Zhejiang endure this? Yi Fan waved his hand, and a clear light fell, stripping away the old woman's cultivation. Her face instantly lost all color. You don't know what's right or wrong, and you want to kill me right away. You should just give up your power and become immortal. This was the strongest ancestor in their race. With just a wave of his hand, he had his cultivation stripped away and reduced to a mortal body. Everyone was terrified and didn't even dare to breathe loudly. The old man from the Holy Ji Palace trembled. He bowed and said, "Senior, please forgive us for our ignorance." Yi Fan looked at him. It was this person who first shouted that Zhejiang wasn't a place anyone could come to. He said that he didn't know how high the sky was and that he wouldn't be able to leave this place. Since you reacted quickly, I'll take away 100 years of your cultivation. A light flashed and the old man's body swayed. He almost fell to the ground. His expression changed. 100 years of cultivation was taken away. What would be left? I didn't want to start a massacre today. If you had handed over the culprit earlier, we could have talked things out and this wouldn't have happened, Yi Fan said. These people trembled, and no one dared to speak. Such an existence was enough to dominate the world, and it would be difficult to find anyone who could fight against him. It wasn't that Yi Fan didn't want to go too far, so he didn't make things difficult for the others. He used his finger like a knife and cut open the grass. An underground palace appeared below. Purple chi from Mount Lu surged and entered the underground palace. There was an ancient matrix platform in the center. It had lines of patterns carved on it, and it could turn the spiritual chi of the earth into mist, gathering it within a radius of 10 feet. No wonder there are cultivators of the 4 extreme secret realms. Yi Fan nodded. The secret was here. This ancient matrix platform could transform the essence of heaven and earth, allowing the race to cultivate for a long time. Yi Fan thoroughly understood the identity of this race. Their ancestor was a dragon sparrow, established during the Great Xia dynasty. These people had the blood of a demon god flowing in their bodies. Great Xia dragon sparrow. He felt that something was strange. He thought of the legendary Great Xia dragon sparrow blade. Could it be related to this race? Moreover, after asking in detail, he found out that this race was only one of the 4 major branches, and not the main bloodline of the dragon sparrow. As for where the Great Xia dragon sparrow demon god was, they didn't know. What realm is the cultivation of the demon god dragon sparrow? Yi Fan asked about the cultivation of their ancestor. He was already the great sage during the ancient times, the crippled old woman replied. It was actually so powerful. This shocked Yi Fan. It seemed that the main bloodline established by the great sage of the demon race was definitely extraordinary. It was worth searching for and making a trip. Where did he go in the end? Yi Fan asked again. Back then, the ancestor fought with Gu Hong. When Yi Fan heard this, he was truly shocked. Gu Hong was one of the most outstanding figures in the history of Taoism. He was the leader of Taoism during the Eastern Jin dynasty, and he wrote the book Biopuzi. The Biopuzi that fell into the hands of mortals mentioned the 9 secrets of Lin, Bing, Do, and he told the people that if they constantly recited these 9 words, they would be able to expel all evil. Chapter 951. Lin, Bing, Do, De, all advance in groups. All the 9 characters should always be given secret blessings. There is nothing they cannot avoid. To be free from trouble, this is what it means. This passage was recorded in Biopuzi, written by Gu Hong, the leader of Taoism in the East Jin dynasty. He mentioned the 9 secrets in it, but he did not explain their true meaning. He only told people to recite them to avoid evil. In this day and age, most people did not know about the 9 secrets. They thought it was passed down from Japan. They did not know that it originated from China, and Dongmi made a mistake when copying it. He wrote Lin, Bing, Do, Fen, Lai, Zai, and Qian. The 9 secrets could be found in the ancient book Biopozi in China. However, many people mistook the 9 characters as true words, which made people feel speechless. Recently, Yi Fan had visited many cultural relics that were not open to the public. He had read many unique books, hoping to find the secret cultivation manual of the embracing simplicity, but he was disappointed. All he had seen were the ones that had been circulated in the mortal world. From the records in Biopozi, the 9 secrets had existed since ancient times and were not created by Guhong. Unfortunately, he did not understand them in detail, so he did not know their true meaning. Any cultivator who knew about ancient times knew that the 9 characters had a great origin. Few people knew their true meaning, so it was impossible for Guhong to say it in Biopozi. As a great sage, the Xia dragonfinch could look down on the entire ancient planet. He was still alive in the East Jin dynasty, but he had an earth-shattering battle with Guhong and disappeared. Although these people were the descendants of the Xia dragonfinch, they did not know the result of the battle. They only had 2 guesses. One was that their ancestor was sealed, and the other was that he went to the outer region. Guhong could be said to be a genius of his generation in the history of Taoism, a revered little immortal. Since ancient times, how many people could be associated with the word immortal? It was enough to show how amazing he was. His grandfather was a famous Taoist cultivator named Guxian. He was the one who led Guhong onto the path of Taoism, and from then on, Guhong shone brightly in Taoism. In his later years, Guhong lived in seclusion at Mount Lufu. Many people went to search for him but found nothing. His amazing qi cultivation method was never passed down to the world. Yi Fan did not make things difficult for the dragonfinches. He asked many questions and learned many secrets before leaving. He followed the earth vein and entered Mount Lu. From his point of view, the great Xia dragon sparrow's seclusion in Jianghu was just a stream of dragon aura from the purple dragon vein. There must be an even more terrifying clan on Mount Lu. However, as soon as he arrived, he frowned. The purple dragon had withered and did not have much purple qi. It would die in 100 years. If the world were to continue like this, sooner or later, Earth would become a lawless place. It would become a withered star, and no one would be able to cultivate anymore. Many people came to know Mount Lu from Li Bai's poem. The silver waterfall cascaded down like the Milky Way, hanging in the 9 heavens. It was a spectacular sight. Many people knew Mount Lu because of Li Bai's poem. The silver waterfall fell like the Milky Way, hanging in the 9 heavens. It was a magnificent sight. In this place, he did not encounter any races, but he sensed some ancient formations. He sunk into the ground, wanting to see what was going on. As soon as he descended, he was shocked. He actually saw an ancient cave that meandered downwards. It was unknown where it led to, but there were waves of dense killing intent seeping out. If it was an ordinary cultivator, they definitely wouldn't be able to resist it. He was shocked as soon as he came down. He saw an ancient cave that snaked downwards. He did not know where it led to. Waves of murderous intent seeped out. An ordinary cultivator would not be able to withstand it. Although Komatsu was simple, it had reached the Taoist palace secret realm. However, it could not sit still in this place. Its purple hair stood on end. The underground cave was extremely deep, leading straight into an enormous underground palace. In the end, there were forks everywhere, and there were ancient caves everywhere. Ordinary people wouldn't be able to walk very far before getting lost. Moreover, the murderous intent was even stronger. He guessed that even the dragon transformation realm cultivators would not be able to withstand it. Staying here for a long time would harm them. There are no ancient races cultivating on Mount Lu. It's most likely related to this. This is obviously a land of extinction. After a long time, one's cultivation and magic power will be eroded. To ordinary people, it's harmless. Yi Fan went several more miles. The underground palace was even more vast. It was deathly silent. The ground was dry and hard, and the rocks were mottled. It was unknown how many years it had been since someone had come here. Finally, he arrived at the depths of the underground palace. This was the heart of Mount Lu. Here, flames surged and the atmosphere was lifeless. There was a huge sacrificial altar in front of him locked down by iron chains. At this place, the murderous intent had materialized like ringing killing swords. Even sect master-level figures could not withstand it and could not approach. Moreover, there were blazing flames pouncing over. It was actually a flame essence that would turn anyone who touched it into ashes. Were it not for the Bodhi seed in Yi Fan's body, he would not have been able to stay here for long even with his divine physique. Komatsu grabbed the corner of Yi Fan's clothes nervously. His large eyes darted about in fear. Yi Fan did not stop. He took a few more steps forward and finally saw what was on the sacrificial altar at the end of the underground palace. His expression changed in an instant. The iron chains made of unknown materials flickered with an ice-cold black light. Even this kind of flame essence could not melt them. A person was chained to the blood-colored sacrificial altar. An ancient aura rushed over as if it had existed for tens of thousands of years. It was unknown whether it was the reflection of the flames or that person's hair was originally like this, but it was as messy as red weeds. There was almost no flesh on his body, only withered bones. Yi Fan's eyes flickered with radiance as he stood there without moving. Just how powerful of a character was this? He was actually trapped here. Just this kind of murderous intent made it impossible for sect masters to approach. Unfortunately, after countless years had passed, it was impossible for this person to still be alive. The flame essence had burned him until he was as thin as a match. Upon closer inspection, his torso and head had already been chopped off. Back then, his enemies seemed to be afraid that he would revive and locked him here. He suffered tens of thousands of years of torture and was chained to the sacrificial altar to use the flame essence to erase his spirit. Yi Fan did not approach any further. It was not worth it for a dead person because he discovered that there was a killing formation carved on the sacrificial altar. It was most likely a saint-level formation, so there was no need to take the risk. Suddenly Yi Fan was shocked. When he stood in the air and looked down from above, he saw that there was a stone diagram carved on the sacrificial altar. It was clearly visible. He opened his heavenly eyes and discovered that it was like a corner of a topographic map. The mountains and rivers were extremely complex, and he didn't know what place it was pointing at. What shocked him the most was that this stone diagram had been carved more than 100 years ago. It was incomparable to the age of the iron chains and the sacrificial altar. Yi Fan looked carefully and became increasingly amazed. It was left behind by the person whose torso, limbs, and head had been separated. It was precisely the right arm that was chained and forcefully carved. Just what kind of person is this? At the very least, he has been trapped here since the ancient times and has lived until more than 100 years ago. Yi Fan was convinced that he was already completely dead at this time and had long since lost the slightest trace of vitality. It was most likely that he had finished carving the stone diagram and fulfilled his final wish. Back then he was chained here. Could it be that someone wanted to force him to hand over this secret? He carefully memorized the stone diagram and didn't stay for long. This was a danger zone laid down during the ancient times, so there might be some unknown dangers. A moment later, he arrived on the surface and left. Yi Fan was currently in Jianghu, located in the Jiangxi province. He wasn't in a hurry to return and wanted to go to another place in the province, Mount Longhu. Mount Longhu was the ancestral court of the righteous Tao. In the history of Taoism, it had a position and role as a link between the past and the future. However, at this time, Yi Fan's cell phone rang, interrupting his journey. He had no choice but to return to B City. Su Qiong had an uneasy expression on her face. She asked for his help because Yang Shao was going south to explore the tomb of the Warring States period. Can't you just tell him not to go? I've already said that, but this bookworm is usually very slow. Once he really makes up his mind, even 9 bulls won't be able to pull him back. He said there's no need for him to go deep underground and only wait outside to verify those relics. Upon hearing this, Yi Fan nodded and told her not to worry. He would go south with this team of archaeologists and make a trip to Jiangling County. It was said that during this period of time, many strange things had happened in that ancient tomb, causing a wave of panic in the local area. The higher-ups had issued a strict order for them to investigate thoroughly this time. They didn't hesitate to use the army to help with the excavation, so they had enough manpower. The 8-Ling Mountain was formed by 8 mountain ridges. In ancient times, it was called the Dragon Mountain. There were many tombs of kings buried here, and it was said that one could become an undead immortal here. When Yi Fan arrived at this place, he sensed that something was wrong. The 8 dragons coexisted together as if they were going to soar into the sky and pull the tomb into the 9 heavens. The ancients had indeed chosen this place for a reason. The 8-Ling Mountain was majestic and serene. The pine trees rustled and the clouds were verdant. The mountain was extraordinary. Although it wasn't tall, there was the chi of soaring dragons rising from it. Yi Fan carefully observed and discovered that this tomb was very strange. The terrain was like a Taoist sleeping soundly, about to ascend to immortality. The 8 dragons were the guide, pulling him to ascend to immortality. The tomb had already been excavated, and large amounts of soil and stones were excavated. They piled up into a small mountain in the distance, and the surroundings were lush with ancient trees that reached into the sky. Just as Yang Xiao had said, there was enough manpower, and they were all equipped with modern tools. Cart after cart of soil was carried away. This ancient tomb had caused a bad influence in the local area, and it had to be resolved as soon as possible. Apart from a few excavators and archaeologists, there really was an army. They were armed and on guard, quietly waiting for the ancient tomb to be completely excavated. Not good, it's the same as last time. Another person died mysteriously. Someone was frightened. The entrance to the tomb was pitch black and led straight underground. It was like a bottomless abyss. Stretchers were sent down, and soon, a few black corpses were brought up. Seeing this, Yi Fan sighed. He had come a step too late and couldn't stop them or save them. They found a pair of giant stone doors underground, but they couldn't open it no matter what. A few people even died, and in the end, the army went down. Boom! A loud sound rang out as the pair of stone doors were forcefully blasted open by explosives. Instantly, an extremely cold and gloomy aura rushed up, causing everyone to involuntarily retreat. Yi Fan secretly made a move and used his magic power to stop that aura. Waves of indescribable sounds came from underground. All of the archaeologists retreated, feeling waves of fear. Not long after, celestial music rang out. It seemed to come from the underworld, making everyone feel that it was unimaginable. At this moment, an old Taoist and a few others took advantage of the chaos to sink underground and enter the tomb. The Tomb of the Warring States is related to ancient Qi practitioners. Yi Fan flashed in and saw a stone door that had been blasted open. On top of it, the words, "Longevity Immortal Manor," were actually carved. It was a large seal from before the Qin dynasty.